局长好，我们在现场，郑局长可以稍微测试一下声音吗？
好，这样声音可以吗？
可以，谢谢。Dr. Kwon, can you hear us? Can you say
May-
something?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Yeah, great. We can hear you clearly.
Mm-hmm.
赵执行长。
好，大家听得到吗？
All right, so we are going to begin in 2 minutes. So let's go our APCSW crew, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2021 Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. The theme of this year's workshop is Climate Service for Resilience and Sustainable Development toward Net Zero Emission World. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, this year's workshop is a virtual conference, which is hosted by Central Weather Bureau and co-hosted by APEC Climate Center, Zhonghua Institution for Economic Research, and International Climate Development Institute. We thank you for taking your time and joining us online. Now, let's welcome the organizers and our honorable guests for opening remarks. First, please welcome the Director General of Central Weather Bureau, Dr. Ming-Dean Cheng, to give us opening remarks. Please welcome Dr. Cheng.
Okay, thanks. Okay, greetings to President of Zhonghua Institution of Economic Research, Dr. Chuang-Chang, President of International Climate Development Institute, Tze-Luen, two keynote speakers of the day, Executive Director of APEC Climate Center from Korea, Dr. Won-Tae Kwon. And a professor of the University of Tokyo from Japan, Dr. Noboru Koshizuka. Our dearest guests from all over the world, good morning. On behalf of Central Weather Bureau, I welcome everyone to the 2021 Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. We held the first workshop in 2019 with the purpose of establishing a regional communication platform for climate service across the Asia Pacific region. 2 years ago, at this workshop, participants from meteorological administrations, disaster prevention agencies, private sectors, and academia in different countries discuss the trends and the challenges in climate services and share the precious experience of building a climate service for disaster prevention. public health, and various products. Our distinguished guests provided valuable insights for what climate service can be in our region. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic that prevents us from in-person attendance, the Central Asia Bureau recognizes these important topics of ever-increasing climate extreme events and decides to continue the workshop in the online format. We strive to promote the innovative of climate services, and your attendance is very much appreciated. I would like to express my gratitude to our co-hosts, the APEC Climate Center, Zhonghua Institution of Economic Research, and the International Climate Development Think Tank for their continuous support and assistance. I also thank all the speakers and the participants who joined from Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Vietnam, India, Thailand, the Philippines, Germany, Sweden, and the United States, and from within Taiwan. I'm honored to be with you. The conclusion of the meeting 2 years ago is that through continuous information sharing and joint development using local partnership, encourage private sector participation, and use of information technology, and the adoption of information technology are essential for the future development of climate service. Therefore, today, we are glad to have Dr. Koshizuka, professor of the University of Tokyo and the president of WXBC, in the workshop and share his experience in Japan. WXBC, I think that's Weather Cross Business Consortium, has been promoting a closer cooperation between digital technology and meteorological data, as well as mounting the public and private sectors on meteorological applications. I believe this speech can provide a reference and lessons for Taiwan's public-private sector cooperation policy. It is also a pleasure to have Dr. Kwon from the APEC speak to the workshop. APEC's leadership in the multi-model ensembles of climate prediction is helping Asian countries reducing the losses of disasters and enhance the society's adaptation to meteorological disasters. Moreover, I very much look forward to the 3 sessions about the policy development, application of climate service products, and the public-private partnership. The Central Weather Bureau is committed to support this workshop in the future to serve as a valuable platform for its international partners to work towards the same goals. We also expect to present the progress and the results of the application of climate information service in recent years, so that we can learn from each other and foresee future obstacles. We encourage knowledge and experience exchange among experts and organizations surrounding climate service to share cases in different professional fields and enable interactions between organizations and researchers with different expertise and from different regions, so partnership can be formed and strengthened. Lastly, I wish you all good health, happiness, and the workshop a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Zheng. Next, we're pleased to have the Executive Director of APEC Climate Center, Dr. Won-Tae Kwon, to give us opening remarks. Please welcome Dr. Kwon.
Good morning, everyone. First, Director General of the Central Weather Bureau, Dr. Ming-Dean Cheng. President of the Tsinghua Institution for Economic Research, Dr. Chuang-Chang. Sorry for my pronunciation. The President of the International Climate Development Institute, Tze-Luen, invited speakers and valued participants. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. CWB has been a valued partner at the APEC Climate Center, and it is an honor to be a co-host to the APCSW 2021. I would like to take a moment to recognize and appreciate the efforts of the organizing committee to make this event a success. The theme of the APCSW 2021 is the climate service for resilience and sustainable development towards a net zero emission world. I think that this topic is extremely timely because we are already facing an increase in the frequency and the intensity of extreme events, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. At APCC, we conduct innovative research to provide high-quality climate information based on our multimodal ensemble for our users in the Asia-Pacific region. As you may hear from the APCC speakers during this event, APCC has implemented activities to develop climate services in different sectors like water management and agriculture, and customized forecast system for droughts. Again, I would like to thank CWB for inviting APCC to be a co-host for this important event. I look forward to the workshop sessions ahead and believe that the information shared here will provide great insight into the role of climate services in a resilience and sustainable development. With this kind of collaboration and information sharing, I believe that we will be able to reduce the impacts of climate change and climate extremes in the Asia-Pacific region. I wish you all a successful workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwon, for giving us these wonderful opening remarks. Next, the President of Zhonghua Institution for Economic Research, Dr. Chuang-Chang, would like to deliver his welcome remarks. Dr. Zhang is unable to join us today, but we will play the pre-recorded video from Dr. Zhang.
Good morning, Director General Ming-Dean of Central Weather Bureau, and the two deputies, the APCSW 2021 workshop co-hosts, our keynote speakers, Dr. Kwon and Professor Koshizuka, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to assist in hosting this year's Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop in collaboration with CWB, APCC, and ICDI. 2 years ago, we worked hand in hand with the Central Weather Bureau to launch the first Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. During the past 10 years, Zhonghua Institution of Economic Research has partnered with the Central Weather Bureau to estimate the economic impact of climate services in agriculture, fishery, forestry, tourism, transportation, energy, disaster prevention, and many other fields. We benefited greatly from the long-term collaboration and the outcome from the last workshop Even though the pandemic forced this year's workshop to online, it gathers more experts from more diversified backgrounds. All is not lost. The major goal of WMO's Public-Private Partnership, or PPP, is to open the traditional government-run meteorological informatics to the private sector to pave the way for better climate services through private funds, creativity, and management techniques. The quality of all climate services will be better. Meanwhile, CWB, CIER, and ICDI also work together and established the Organization of Taiwan Climate Services Partnership, or TCSP. We hope this partnership can facilitate the climate services in matching the supply and demand between the public and private sectors. Today's workshop could not have been more timely. As can be seen from the agenda of this workshop, the broader range of topics covers different countries' experiences, practical applications in the agricultural sector, early warning system of health, water management, and development of climate services in private sectors. The world is addressing what the Paris Agreement that settled on the goal for not having global warming to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius at the end of the 21st century. The subsequent net zero carbon emissions goal has set the global market in motion, and it will have imminent impacts on energy-intensive industries. This is why we devoted the theme of this year's workshop to the applications of climate information services in green energy. Immediate and sustainable cooperation among countries and different industries are urgently needed when it comes to predicting the power load and distribution of the green energy. More customized and refined climate data are needed for a more effective operation. I am enthusiastic to learn the climate applications in green energy shared by WXBC, WNI, and JWA in this workshop. It is crucial that we can communicate with climate experts from all over the world and promote the cooperation among public and private sectors. And this is the overarching goal of today's workshop. I wish the workshop a great success and everyone a fruitful 2 days. Let's build climate services together. Thank you very much.
We thank Dr. Zhang for the welcome remarks. The last opening remarks is from the co-host of this workshop, International Climate Development Institute. Due to urgent business, Dr. Tze-Luen, the president of ICDI, is unable to attend the opening ceremony this morning. But the executive director, Dr. Gongyue Camille Zhao, will deliver the welcome remarks on behalf of International Climate Development Institute. Let's welcome Dr. Zhao.
Dear Central Weather Bureau Director General Dr. Ming-Dean Cheng, Dr. Won-Tae Kwon, Executive Director of APEC Climate Center, Dr. Chuang-Chang, the President of Zhonghua Institute for Economic Research. Dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to be here. ICDI is pleased to co-host the APCSW 2021. As we facing the climate emergency, this year is the critical year after Paris Agreement, and it will be the foundation for the next 30 years. After IPCC AR6 released in August, we all know that the world needs to speed up for the climate actions for net zero racing. And the new business model and innovation from climate service will be one of the force to drive all 6 sectors. Next week, I will join the COP26 meeting in Glasgow to discuss the climate actions and innovations with experts worldwide. In APCSW 2019, speakers and professionals from meteorological administrations, disaster prevention agencies, private sectors, and academia research institutes in the countries of Asia-Pacific region gathered to discuss the trends and challenges in climate services to share the experience and stories of their own, which create a great platform for all of us to exchange ideas and also for the next step for cooperation. This year, APCSW has invited the leaders from public and private sectors. And we will more focus on the business model, and also as we hear the president of Tsinghua Institute of Economic Research said, for the cooperation with partnership, we can make the climate action more valuable. It's important to create more innovative cooperation and business opportunities for the next 30 years. We believe through this APCSW dialogue, we can make the climate action possible. To conclude, the APCSW will be our common platform to make new possibilities. I thank you very much for participating for this workshop, and I wish the event a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Now it is time for group photo. May I ask all the participants to turn on your camera so that we can have a group photo together. Thank you. One, two, three, smile. Okay, thank you. Now, this is the end of our opening ceremony. Before entering the keynote session, we would like to thank all the organizers and honorable guests again for giving us opening remarks. Dr. Cheng, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, okay. Now let's begin our keynote session. The
Okay.
moderator of the keynote session is Dr. Ming-Dean Cheng, the Director General of Central Weather Bureau. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Won-Tae Kwon. She is the Executive Director of APEC Climate Center and has been the Director General of National Institute for Meteorological Research for 10 years. Before I give the floor to the moderator, please allow me to remind the online audience. For the audience who would like to ask questions, feel free to use the QR code or the Slido link on our YouTube website to submit your questions. The questions will be discussed during Q&A time. Now, I will give the floor to the moderator, Dr. Cheng. Dr. Cheng, please.
Okay, thanks. Welcome to the keynote sessions. We have two keynote speakers, and the first one, I'm very pleased to have this, Dr. Won-Tae Kwon. I know that's Kwon. Dr. Kwon is going to talk about the climate service for climate resilient societies. I think APCC is now leading the Asian region or even the world on climate application of the climate predictions. And so I'm so pleased that Dr. Kwon can give this talk. Okay, please.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Cheng. First, let me share my my screen. Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first, I'd like to thank Dr. Cheng for inviting me for this very important workshop as a keynote speaker. And when I was thinking about what I'm going to talk for this workshop, is first I was thinking about the IPCC AR6, which has been approved in August this year, and also what we are doing at APCC for climate services. So my talk will be first part will be about the current and future climate changes, and second part will be about climate services, recent developments in climate services in APCC. This is probably some of the key messages delivered by the IPCC sixth assessment report. I think you already know about this, SPM and the other part of the IPCC recent report, but just to remind what is important or what has been assessed for this report. We have been known for decades that world is warming. Recent changes in the climate are widespread, rapid, and intensifying. I think this is very important message. The climate change is actually, we are seeing this climate change in everywhere in the world. And also, this is indisputable that the human activities are causing climate change, and this human influence is making extreme climate events more frequent and more severe. And climate change is affecting every region on Earth, so we can avoid it. So I think maybe let me first introduce, part of the changes from observations between the AR5 and AR6. The most important part, greenhouse, the three most important greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide and methane and nitrous oxide, all three components has been, concentration has been increased for last 8 years, from 2011 to 2019. And especially for the carbon dioxide, it was 390 ppm in 2021, but for the sixth assessment report, the concentration is has been increased by 20 ppm, like about 5% of the total concentration. And also we know that the surface temperature, global surface temperature, was assessed as from the reference period 1850 to 1900. It was like about 8 degrees warmer for the reference from the reference period in AR5. But in AR6, we know that it is like 1.1 degrees warmer. But we have to understand this number because, for 8 years, for only 8 years, the world has been warmed like 0.3 degree. But actually, if you look at the report, then we can be able to see that part of this, like 0.1 degree, is due to the changes in the data analysis, especially over the ocean temperature. Our assessment for the past ocean temperature was corrected in a way through the new analysis method. But anyway, now for the last 10 years, temperature is warmer by 1.1 degree from the reference period. And radiative forcing, well, sometimes I call this just the greenhouse effect for the sake of the public. But this radiative forcing includes the greenhouse gas radiative forcing as well as the forcing from the aerosols. So it is anthropogenic radiative forcing. It was like 2.3 watt per square meter, but it is now 2.7 watt per square meter, which is about 28% larger than the fifth assessment report. This is really, when I first see this number, I thought, the world, it must be changing very rapidly because this radiative forcing is, much higher than before. But anyway, we have this change for last 8 years is actually very rapid compared to the other periods in the past. If we look at the temperature changes, we can be able to see that actually this is the reference period. So this is 0 for the reference. And we can be able to see last 5 years temperature change is like 1.2 degrees if I use only 5 years mean. And also if we length the global temperature, global mean temperature, then we can be able to see that last 7 years has been the warmest 7 years. So this is actually when we were, working in for the AR5. People talk about global hiatus, the warming is slowing down, that kind of thing. But after that, the temperature has been warmed very, very rapidly. And if I look at the temperature change, climate change in Korea, it's just a small region only. And we can be able to see that this is the temperature and the precipitation. I am using 7 station data. So this is actually like 100 years of 100 years of data. And I divided this data in 3 parts, and you can be able to see that actually temperature is increasing, warming is very rapid, and then also temperature precipitation change is also we are receiving more precipitation in Korean Peninsula. And I think the last important part from this figure is about the variability itself. The precipitation variability especially is becoming quite large. So which means that we are experiencing flood one year and then drought the other year, that kind of thing. So this is in a way very important for the people living in Korea Peninsula. And I think this kind of increase in climate variability is experienced in almost everywhere, especially East Asia or Pacific region. We can be able to see this kind of changes in climate. And this is the summary of the United in Science 2021, which has been published in September this year. So this is only, a month ago, WMO published this, and this is a summary. And here, this report pointed out that 2021 has been, extreme events were actually devastating in the world. And also another part would be that there is a 40 chance of 1.5 degree warmer year during the 2021 to 2025. So 5 years in the near future, we can maybe the world temperature would be warmer than 1.5 degree. The chance is only 40%, but this is very would be a very extreme case as well. So and this is from the IPCC report that we can be able to see that especially these hot extremes, we are experiencing the increase in the hot extremes in almost everywhere. So these are the observation from the regions has been used in the IPCC report, and you can be able to see this red color almost everywhere except Central and Eastern North America. And some part there is not enough data to evaluate this, but and if we look at the precipitation change, then of course it is the less the uncertainty is large for the heavy precipitation. But anyway, many of the worlds are experiencing the increase in heavy precipitation. And due to this, changes in precipitation and temperature, we are experiencing more severe disasters, and especially the damage has been increased about more than 50%, or doubled, almost doubled from the end of 20th century, 20 years from the end of 20th century, and last 20 years. So we can be able to see the damage has been increased tremendously. And also, if we look at the number of people affected by the disaster, so flood and drought, those two are most important parts. So, and also the tropical cyclones like typhoon or hurricanes. So this our world at this moment, we know that the flood and drought and typhoon and heat wave, that kind of thing is happening almost everywhere, right? And yeah, and then for the future, from the IPCC 6 assessment report, they say that the change we experience will increase with further warming, and some of the change we cannot reverse this change at all. This includes the cryosphere, including sea ice and also mountain glaciers. And there is also the ocean change. There is no going back for the ocean changes. So sea level will be rising, and then ocean temperature will be continue to be warmed in the future as well. But some changes maybe we can slow down, or this could be stopped in the future. But as the people say that we have to do this very immediately, rapidly, and the reduction should be quite immediate and abrupt. But if we are looking at this, for the future change, we will be using 6 different scenarios. But I wanted to remind that right now at this moment, our radiative forcing is 2.7 watt per square meter. So for this SSP 1.9 means that we have to reduce the radiative forcing. So, which means that the greenhouse gas concentration should be reduced. So, if we, at this moment, the concentration of CO2 is like more than 410 ppm, but by the end of this 1.9 scenario, we should reduce the concentration like 390 ppm or something like that. So I think that it would be extremely difficult to do so. But anyway, this is one of the scenarios we are considering. And there are other scenarios, including the, more fossil fuel energy being used in the future, that kind of thing. So, and also for this scenario, this is only the CO2, but we have to look at also the changes in the methane and the other the greenhouse gases. And this means that we should reduce CO2 as well as the other greenhouse gases. And using these 5 different scenarios, using the CMIP6 experiment data, IPCC evaluated the future changes in the future changes. So this is for the temperature, and this is for the sea level rise. For the temperature at the end of 21st century, of course, the 1.9 scenario where the temperature will be less than 1.5, but for the 8.5, it would be 4.4. And sea level rise, if the radiative forcing is stronger, then the warming will be strong, and the sea level rise will be more rapid. And for this projections, AR6, we have 3 different projections for different time periods. So near term and mid-term and long-term. If you look at the near term, all the scenario says that it is about 1.5 degree warming, right? But only for the 1.9 scenario, the temperature will be, cool down a little bit. but the others, the temperature will be continue to rise in the future anyway. So from this, we know that, you know, when the temperature is rising this rapidly, and then we can be able to see that like you know, heat waves. This is a 50 once in 50-year heat wave kind case, and then we can be able to see that for the 19th century, it happened only once in 50 years. But right now, this is happening like once in every 10 years. And if the temperature is 1.5 degree warmer, then it will be like 9 times more. Means that about every 5 years we are experiencing this kind of heat wave. But if the temperature will rise like 4 degrees, then every year we will be experiencing this kind of heat wave. Heavy rainfall and drought cases, these are only for the 10-year event. So, but anyway, you can be able to see that if the warming level is increased, the frequency or intensity of this extreme event will be increased as well. Like this year, I think we have seen many, news articles about the disaster happening in every world. And I would like to, so we can be able to see that, wildfires in everywhere, and then the hurricane or typhoon intensity is increasing, and the precipitation as well, right? And the heat wave we are experiencing like 50 degree in northern in Canada, and also almost 48 degrees in Italy as well. And if I look at this heavy rainfall case, I was very surprised because that this West Germany, right? West Germany and Belgium, they received less than 200 millimeter of rainfall, but more than 200 people, more than 200 deaths was recorded. And if you look at this, then you can be able to see that the river is very narrow there, and also the bridge is low, quite low, right? So if I look at this, the Seine River in Paris and Han River in Seoul, we can be able to see that the landscape in urban landscape is different between the European country and the and Asian country, because we are, we have this monsoon rain, and then we know that in the summertime the rainfall is much heavier. So we leave the plains like this for the for in preparing for the flood. But for the in European country, they receive less than 100 millimeter of rainfall every month in summertime. So 200 millimeter for a couple of days would be really unexpected event for them. So I think it doesn't matter whether it is a developing country or developed country. This unexpected event will cause, the human life, losses in human life, and as well as, properties, infrastructures, that kind of thing. So I think we are living in a very dangerous era in climate sense, right? And IPCC, they assessed some of the climate impact drivers. So you can be able to see that this is for the warm hot extreme case. I think that this should be expected in almost everywhere in the world. But cold extremes will be increased in the future. This is only for the 2050, actually. It is not for 2100. And then cryosphere, like snow or permafrost or the glaciers will be decreasing in the future. And another part would be related to the coastal region, sea level rise and those kind of things. So I said that, about the changes in the ocean, most of them is not, it is actually, continue to worsen in the future. So we are living in the cities, and some of the cities are, in the coastal region. Like I live in Busan now, and Busan is a coastal region. So in Busan, I think we should be worried about this sea level rise and then typhoon intensification, that kind of thing. So this is for almost everywhere. So and then this kind of change will be actually affecting the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and I think most of the development goals are affected by these changes in climate extremes. So climate information is very important in a way. So maybe we will be needing two different type of climate information. One is for the preparing for the climate change. So it is related like 10-year data or 50-year data or even 100-year data. But sometimes the extreme events are happening this month or this season, that kind of thing. So we will be needing this early warnings of these extreme events. So climate prediction information is very important in that case, as well as the weather, prediction. But in many cases, I think actually we, as a producing this data, we are actually, need more partnership with the users. So scientists and the producers and users had to work together to get this information more useful for the society. So I think when we are considering developing better climate service, I think we should be we should make more better partnership with the users. And at APCC, well, of course, we are actually producing the data, and we are thinking about how to deliver this information to the users. And there are many the user groups. So some of the user groups we are working together, but some part maybe we have to work in the further in the near future, right? So our purpose is to deliver the climate information and meet the end users' needs. And I think this is for every every expert in this field are thinking the same thing. And APCC actually using the multimodal ensembles to produce the climate prediction system. And we are collecting the prediction data from 15 institutes in 11 economies, and CWB is a valuable partner in this work. And we collect all this data and then make an analysis and assessment of the model data. So we try to develop the optimal results for the 1 to 6 months prediction. So the data we are producing is like this temperature data or precipitation data, sometimes wind data, that kind of thing. But now we are trying to make more, informative predictions. So in online prediction information and data service, now we are providing about 700 recipients every month. But for the near future, we will be developing better graphics for the users to understand. And also, in the next year, we will be delivering this prediction data like 15th day of every month. So we are delivering 5 days earlier. And also we are we will be providing higher resolution data. So it would be easier, in a way, easier to use for the users in a way, because we were actually delivering 2.5 degree resolution data, but next year we will be delivering 1 degree data, so it's the higher resolution. And thank you for all the participants for, this is it's a group activity. We cannot do it without the model providers. And using this data, of course, we know that model data is not perfect. So we are developing this expert seasonal prediction system for operational seasonal outlook for Korea. So even though we operate the largest MME predictions, but post-processing is required because there is some biases in the model data. So Espresso is actually developed since 2017. So it is we have developed for about 4 years already, and we have 3 goals. One is agile, so we are automatically tailors MME for the what is the good predictors for our region, right? So for the first 2 versions, we experts actually select these predictors, but for this new this year we are using the AI to select these predictors. And then this information is actually statistically corrected. So the skill score is actually, after the statistical correction, our skill score has been improved like 10 to 30 or 40% already. And then third one is accessible, which means that we are producing the natural languages summary. So this is actually we are doing it in Korea, but I think this could be applicable to the other regions. But we need the experts from that country, right? Because so we have to work together for make for the other country. So expert in the native anyway, the local expert is very important for this espresso scheme. And then we also produce this not just a natural language summary. We also produce conceptual design diagram. So I will show you one of that later. And so what we are doing is we first select experts, selects the predictors, and now the AI is also engaging the selection of predictors. And we we screen the predictors objectively, and then we make an ensemble of these predictions, and then later we make a natural language summary and or conceptual diagrams. And this is the example of this climate outlook from the espresso. You can be able to see that we divide this small Korea into 10 different regions. So make the prediction for each different region, and also we are actually show what is the currently active predictor which are impacting the Korean climate. So we make conceptual diagrams. So this Indian, dipole is affecting our, climate for this season, that kind of thing. And this is still going on project. And another that I want to introduce is something called Picasso. It is Pacific Island countries advanced seasonal outlook observation. But we are actually have made this Picasso several years ago, and we are we are trying to improve this Picasso using a similar concept that we use for the espresso. But for the Picasso, there is another concept included, like for this Picasso, we are including these user groups. So it is a sector-tailored information. So for for example, agriculture or resource management. So it is, it has been started this year. So, I hope that this will help to be more useful in the Pacific Island area. And I have this diagram from the sixth assessment report to chapter 10, and chapter 10 is about the global to regional climate information, how to construct regional climate information. From here, I think it is very important that at this moment we have several lines of evidences for climate information. So there is observational data and model data and also literature, and we also need the process understanding, right? And then expert is also a very important part of this, information. So we, ensemble or synthesize this information, and then we produce climate information. This is in the form of data or graphics, but it is also important to give some sort of storylines. So I mean, make more natural language kind of summary kind of thing. So this storyline could be useful for the users to understand what is going on in the climate sense. And for this, I think it is the co-producing climate information with the user group would be a very important part. Okay? So like multiple line of information and synthesizing the climate information and working, coordinating with the climate user groups would be a very important part of this regional climate information construction pathway. And now I would like to summarize my talk. And IPCC sixth assessment give us a code red for humanity, and then I already talked about it. And regional climate information from the multiple line of evidences. So this, and also the thinking about the user would be a very important part of this climate information service development in the future. And WMO stressed that early warning system is a very highly effective way of adapting to climate change and building resilience to extreme weather. So we are working on for this goal. And I think the way forward for us to do is, one is the climate service needs to synthesize multiple lines of evidences, and we have to coordinate data producers and user communities, and effective communication network to reach community is very important part. Even though we have the information, if the people, the use community is now listening, it will be useless. And capacity building in policymakers and public for preparedness and response plan would be the very important part of it. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kwon, for these wonderful presentations. And I have to say that I like the comparison between the landscapes and the different climates. That's very interesting. And also, I think it's quite amazing when you show the variabilities, changes for the prestation over Korea. I think that's very significant. And so my first question is the water sector from Korean response to this climate change?
Well, I think every year we are still struggling. 1 year there was a drought happening, and then people were thinking about we need to try to build small water storage reservoirs or dams, that kind of thing. And then next year we are receiving so much rain, like last year our monsoon period was like lasted almost 2 years, and then there was a landslide and everything. So now people are talking about how to prepare for this kind of landslide or flood, but I think it's very difficult to talk. And if it is happening only one direction, we can be able to manage much better. But 1 year it is drought, 1 year this is a flood. So it is very difficult. But I think important part would be that how we deliver this information to the water sector, so for them to prepare ahead of this extreme event. I think that is the most important part. And we are making dialogue with this water resource management groups, and actually we are within the same minister, so so it is much easier to do so. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I think we have similar situation. Okay, let me see if there is questions from the participants of this meeting. Any questions or comment? Okay. Any response? I cannot see the.
Yeah, please listen to the two speeches, talks from the APCC, and you can be able to see that how we are doing in the working with the user sectors.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I cannot see the written questions. If there is
Okay.
any questions, please announce it. Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin has question.
Hi, Dr. Kwon. How are you?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, thanks for your excellent keynote speech. And regarding to your conclusion of the 3 points of way forward in the last page in your slide. Can you provide some more examples in Korea that might be happening right now or Korean government is planning to do?
Well, actually, we are working with the government very closely, and I think working with the policymakers and the public is actually very difficult in Korea as well. And since the APEC Climate Center is very closely working with the KMA in the climate prediction part, but we are also working with the other communities in the APEC community, right? So we have two international projects with the Pacific Islands. So I introduced to Picasso, that's one of them, and the other one I think this will be introduced in the some of the next sessions, and we are actually working with the agriculture in Vanuatu, and we are trying to use climate information for the agriculture in Vanuatu, and I think it is giving us better prospects for them as well. So but with the KMA we are using Espresso to provide them the more bias corrected data for the KMA for their own climate prediction. But for the user part, we are still developing the how to do this in a better way.
Okay, I think it's about on time to close this section. Let me give back the time to the
Thank you very
meeting
much.
coordinator. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you. We would like to thank Dr. Kwon to giving us a great keynote speech. Now we're going to have a short break until 11 a.m. Taipei time. At 11 o'clock, the second keynote speaker, Professor Noboru Koshizuka from University of Tokyo, will give us a speech on the challenge of data-driven climate services in Japan and talk about a case study of WXBC. So please come back on time to join us. Thank you.
Open your eyes and it's another day. Whether it's bright and sunny or gray and rainy, we all try to make the most of each day on this island that we call home. There's a professional team that's always monitoring the weather, always here for you come rain or shine. Radar stations all over Taiwan allow us to not only track typhoons in a large area, but also monitor local precipitation, so that forecasts and warnings for extreme weather can be issued in time, and customized weather monitoring can be provided. The highest weather station in East Asia is on the north peak of Yushan. Life for the station staff is busy and challenging, but never lonely. There are 27 weather stations all over Taiwan, serving cities, countryside, mountains, and outlying islands. Even on a windless day or under a clear blue sky, we carefully observe, record, and make informed predictions. You can say we're keeping a diary for the earth and sky. The evolution of automatic weather station is testament to the advances in meteorological technology. To have more data is to be able to provide more comprehensive weather services. The Meteorological Instrument Calibration Laboratory adheres to the highest international standards to guarantee weather forecast accuracy. We work to bring safety to every community in this land by always improving and modernizing our weather services. By upgrading into grid point weather forecast, we capture the most subtle changes on the Earth's surface, with improved coverage and higher resolution to produce customized weather data. From cities to Hakka villages and indigenous communities, we cover each and every of Taiwan's 368 administrative divisions.
Before
a typhoon even arrives, we are already in battle mode, issuing early warnings for strong winds, heavy rain, and violent waves, standing in the front line of the storm and keeping watch. The application of technology has improved the prediction accuracy of typhoon's path, structure, and strength. As the weather is always changing, the Forecast Center is open 24/7 to compile and analyze data. Through local precipitation forecasts and real-time monitoring of hazardous weather, we make sense of rapidly changing conditions. From tides to currents, accurate observations of marine conditions are the basis for reliable forecasts and early warnings. Our observation and monitoring cover Taiwan's surrounding seas, up to 6 kilometers deep and 300 kilometers from the shore, so that passing vessels can navigate safely and receive emergency assistance when they need it. Cross-sector applications provide diverse services, such as sea temperature monitoring, advice for farmers, sophisticated weather forecast for designated agriculture and fishery production zones, green energy indices, weather apps for schools, etc. We make every effort to further diversify our services. We listen to the Earth's heartbeat and put our fingers on its pulse. We care about our homeland. Using specialized instruments, the Central Weather Bureau Seismic Network is constantly on the watch to help make Taiwan, which is located in the seismic zone, better prepared when an earthquake occurs. A network of sensors called the Marine Cable Hosted Observatory spreads across land and seabed to monitor seismic activities in the Pacific. Earthquake information, even if it's provided just seconds before a seismic activity, is critical to safer evacuation and saving more lives. The lunar phases are one of the astronomical phenomena that we observe faithfully. We also keep an eye on space weather. We monitor sunspots to ensure uninterrupted telecommunications and make our technology-reliant life easier and safer. Our participation in the Formosat 7 program has enhanced weather forecast accuracy. By combining data collected through satellites and radars, we're able to take precautions before disasters strike so that people no longer live in fear. When the CWB issues warnings, alerts, and instant messages, the local authorities will activate the response mechanism to care for the elderly, children, and disadvantaged families, thus safeguarding everyone from natural hazards. With the accumulation of data over a long time, we've turned numbers into big data. In the past 120 years, meteorological technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, while our commitment has remained the same.
昨天台视晚间新闻，地球暖化再度出现了严重警讯，南极洲大陆的气温。
The Earth is heating up. Events such as polar ice caps melting and Australian wildfires have time and again sounded the alarm for climate change. In the face of climate change, we will continue to monitor the climate in Taiwan and all over the world to better understand how factors such as the East Asian monsoon, El Nino, and climate change affect Taiwan. We will keep an eye on the latest development in ocean and atmospheric circulations and regularly issue monitoring and forecast information to give everyone enough time to prepare. No matter how the world changes, we are here for you come rain or shine. We monitor, we forecast, and we serve. Professional and steadfast, the CWB is your heartwarming friend.
Now, let's continue our keynote session. Before we officially enter the session, may I remind the participants on WebEx, you can open the chat box on WebEx to use the YouTube stream to watch the pre-recorded video. If having any questions regarding the keynote speech, you can use the raise hand button on WebEx during discussion time. For other participants online, please use our Slido platform to submit your questions. Now, let's start our keynote session. The moderator of the keynote session is Deputy Director General of Central Weather Bureau, Mr. Chia-Ping Cheng. And the second keynote speaker is Professor Noboru Koshizuka from Interfaculty Initiative in Information Studies at University of Tokyo. Professor Koshizuka is also the president of WXBC, Weather Cross Business Consortium in Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator, Mr. Chen, again to host the keynote session. Mr. Chen, please.
Hi, everybody. I'll be the chair of this Dr. Koshizuka's talk. And Dr. Koshizuka is the director of Weather Cross Business Consortium. And he is the professor of Tokyo University. And he also is the member of Open Data Working Group of IT Strategy Secretariat of Cabinet Secretariat. And he is also the member of IoT Strategy Community, Ministry of Information and Communication. And WXBC, as I know, was established in 2018. And the purpose of WXBC is trying to enhance the collaboration between government agencies, business sectors, and also users, and trying to promote the climate or weather business industry in Japan. So let's welcome Dr. Koshizuka to give us his talk on challenge of the data-driven climate service in Japan. And for the case study of Weather Cross Business Consortium toward net zero emission world. Let's welcome Dr. Koshizuka. So, Dr. Koshizuka, please.
Yes. And yeah, sorry, my keynote speech would be the pre-recorded video.
I think we have a pre-recorded video from Dr. Koshizuka, and please wait us for a moment. I'm sorry, we have some technical problem here, and actually I have some I'm not sure if I can raise some questions to ask Professor Koshizuka, because I have been like study WXBC for a while, and I'm wondering, because it's like a platform to gather all the industry companies and maybe research organizations and for example, like companies from the production and service side. So I'm wondering, how can all these players get together to work things out? Because you know, the weather information is very professional, and how can you get other users to understand it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The first thing I would like to ask this question, and as you say that the weather information is very technical and very special, and very high level data, and in order to use this kind of information, we need a very high level of knowledge. But the weather information is very important for the economy and the total optimization of society. So we are getting together the industry and academia, more than 500 companies. Many companies are very interested in the weather data and how to use weather data. And the most important point is the leadership of the government. Our consortium, the leadership and office would be maintained by the Japan government. So the Japan government calling all companies, and we are getting together. And and also in case of climate services or how to realize a net zero emission world, the total optimization of the society or supply chain is very important. And for example, the demand and supply matching and such kind of optimization, the weather is very much affecting the demand of in the supply chain. So such kind of information is very important for the industry and the supply chain. So today, and the video, in the video, I'm explaining such kind of activity in WXBC and case study. And okay, and I ready for playing the video.
So while our staff is still working on some technical issue, let's chat a little bit. I have a question for you. I'm very interested in the goal of WXBC and for the next few years priority. Can you say something about that? What will be the priority areas that WXBC aims for?
The first, we have a two type of priority issues. The first one is education. The with the information or with the data is very difficult to use, and understanding such kind of the nature of the data is very difficult. We are academia and professor and many academic staff can understand such kind of data, but in the industry, not so many people can understand or can use such kind of data. So education is very important. So this is a kind of the data science field. So now we have established a new system for education in Japan with the data scientist education program in WXBC. This is the first priority issue. The second one is how to build a business model for using weather data is very important. So we are communicating in the industry, some experience, some know-how, some skill to use weather data, explaining, exchanging such kind of information and knowledge in the industry field. So for that activity, we have opened many meetings or many open meetings or workshops for the business model in Japan. Many companies participating in such kind of events, but business model is very difficult to grow up. So this kind of activity is very slow, but very continuous. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think our technical staff is ready. Then
thank you very much.
Please play the pre-recorded speech.
Yes, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Noboru Koshizuka, professor of the University of Tokyo and also chair of the Weather by Business Consortium called WXBC. Today, I would like to talk about the challenge of data-driven climate services in Japan, including case studies of WXBC toward net zero emission world. Next slide shows my profile. I'm now working as a professor in Interfaculty Initiative in Information Studies of the University of Tokyo. Also, I am a chair of Weather Business Consortium and the Data Society Alliance. And also, I'm working in many working group or committee of governments, such as Open Data Working Group, Personal Data Working Group, IoT Strategy Committee, and so on and so on. And my university is the University of Tokyo. As you know, this is the oldest university in Japan and also the best university in Japan. And my department is the Graduate School of Interfaculty Initiative in Information Studies. We are dealing with interdisciplinary studies of information studies, such as computer science, information technology, information and communication technologies, and economies, law, and so on and so on. And many research topics related to the information society. Next slide, I would like to talk about my research background. My background is IoT, ubiquitous computing. We have started our research on embedded systems and ubiquitous computing in 1984. We named our project as TRON project. TRON is the abbreviation of the real-time operating system nucleus. The ultimate goal of TRON project is to realize ubiquitous computing environment. Many small computers, sensors, and actuators are embedded in our daily environment. These nodes cooperate with each other, and these systems support our daily life. This picture in this slide is illustrating the goal image of our TRON project. This was made in 1987, about 30 years ago, but you may feel this is not so old. Next, I'd like to talk about the background of my talk, Green Growth Strategy declared in October 2020 by former Prime Minister Suga's speech. This speech was done by former Prime Minister Suga at the 203rd session of the Diet. The point is illustrated in red. He declared to realize a carbon-neutral, decarbonized society in 2050. This is a very positive and ambitious declaration in Japan. This is based on Paris Agreement. This is adopted in 2015 and entered into force in 2016. This is new international framework for reducing greenhouse gas emission after 2020. At the COP21 in December 2015, about 200 countries in the world agreed and concluded this. And this agreement has two important conditions. First one is many countries should join this agreement. More than 55 countries and covering at least 55% of the world total emissions. Second one is to set long-term goals. As a result, the Paris Agreement has three important features. One, digging deeper into reduction target every 5 years. Two, international visualization of the implementation status of reductions. For this visualization, digital technology is necessary. And three, providing planned and financial and technical assistance to developing countries. For example, it established the Green Climate Fund. Before Paris Agreement, Formally, we had Kyoto Protocol. This was adopted in 1997, entered into force in 25. This was adopted at COP3 held in Kyoto in 1997. The most important point of this protocol is setting a concrete numerical target in the world, including developing countries. Our next topic is the current status of GHG, greenhouse gas emission of Japan. This slide shows the change of global average temperature since pre-industrial times. We know that 1850 yearly average temperature is about 0.4 degrees lower than average temperature, but yearly average temperature is about 0.7 degree higher today. So this 130 years increasing about 1 degree. Next slide shows room changes of Japan's greenhouse gas emission after 2013. GHG gas emission has decreased a little in Japan. This slide shows global CO2 emission by country. China, US, and all EU countries are the top 3 of CO2 gas emission. Japan is contributing 2.7% of CO2 gas emission on the Earth. This slide shows CO2 emissions per capita by major countries. Seeing this graph, Japan is not so good. Almost the same with Germany, but larger than UK, Italy, and other advanced countries. Next slide shows the global cycle of CO2. Let's see this slide. On the Earth, 9.4 plus 1.6, totally 11.0. This is the total amount of CO2 gas emission in the world. On the other hand, 3.4 plus 2.5, totally 9.2. This is the total amount of CO2 gas absorption on the Earth. So 5.1 remains atmosphere. If greenhouse gas are halved, become half, will they the same as natural absorption? This is a question. According to this background, we must make global warming countermeasures. Global warming countermeasures can be classified into 2 kinds of measures: mitigation measures and adaptation measures. The mitigation measures try to realize 3 low carbon society, for example, by reducing greenhouse gas emission, etc. Adaptation measures try to realize an adaptive society that can match with climate change by improving vulnerability to the impact that can be avoided. Especially green by digital will contribute to mitigation measures. And next topic is WXBC. We have established a consortium called WXBC with a business consortium. Our objective is to promote the use of meteorological data for business purposes, to make education and training programs for handling meteorological data, and to share business idea. Organization. I am a chair of WXBC, and Professor Kimoto is a vice chair. He's a scholar of meteorological science. We have 2 working groups. The first one is Education Working Group. Chairman is Ms. Harumi Tahara from Consortium for Promotion of Advanced IT Applications. And Vice Chair is Mr. Osami Iwata from Japan Weather Forecast Association. And the second working group is New Weather Business Working Group. Chairman is Mr. Fumihiro Murakami from Mitsubishi Research Institute. Vice Chair is Mr. Jun Suganami from Fujitsu. The office is provided Japan Meteorological Agency. We have many members now, about 500 company members and 500 personal members. This is a photo of the first forum of Weather Business Forum held in March 2017, so about 4 years ago. And next slide shows a photo of the second forum of Weather Business Forum held in February in 2018. And next topic is the main topic of this talk. What can we do by digital technology for the green society, green by digital? Well, in relation to weather data and weather technology, weather forecast and disaster prediction can contribute to adaptation measures. This role is played mainly by the Japan Meteorological Agency. On the other hand, total optimization of supply chain and our society is necessary for mitigation measures. Weather data and weather tech can contribute to this activity. We, WXBC, is playing this role. This slide shows what can we do green by digital. First one, as mitigation measures, efficiency improvement of society as a whole, such as DX promotion, data-driven society promotion, and smart cities. And second, transparency in society, such as using open data, IoT, data collaboration infrastructure. And third one is green ICT and cloud computing. As adaptation measures, one, national resilience, national and resistant to climate change and disaster prevention, disaster response is necessary. And second one is proactive risk workaround with the data. In this talk, I would like to focus on two issues. The first one is eliminating waste by supply-demand matching. For this activity, weather data is often necessary. The second one is optimization of society, especially energy optimization. The combination of these activities can lead to smart city. So next, I'd like to talk weather technology by WXBC for carbon neutral. We will introduce good use cases of weather data business. And the first class of example is digitalized weather technology for supply to demand matching in supply chains. This can enable to decrease many losses. And the first example is Lawson ordering system. Lawson is a major convenience store chain in Japan. Also, there are many Lawson stores in Taiwan. Lawson Corporation is using weather data in the AI engine of its ordering system for its 12,000 stores. According to the company, soba noodles are most affected by temperature, and since they do not last long, predicting the temperature is essential for ordering. Next case is Ebiya and Ebilabo. Ebiya is a very famous Japanese food restaurant. It has a very long history and very traditional. Ebilabo has developed visitor prediction AI, and this AI are adopted by Ebiya. And this AI precisely calculates the number of visitors for the next day based on data such as sales, weather, especially weather forecast, day of the week, and number of guests in the neighborhood. And the next case is Otsuka Pharmacy Corporation. Otsuka is very famous of soft drink named Pocari Sweat. Otsuka Pharmacy Corporation is using weather data to determine when to switch hot to cold and cold to hot product in its beverage vending machine. The borderline temperature for hot and cold and hot demand is from 22 to 23 degrees. The company uses weather data to predict when the temperature will drop. so that it can switch to hot beverage area to avoid the missing sales opportunity and avoiding the loss of the product. And next class of example is traffic optimization by AI technologies. This can enable reducing empty driving and also reducing catching taxi customer efficiently. So this next use case is AI Taxi by NTT Docomo. NTT Docomo is developing a service called AI Taxi that provides real-time prediction of demand for cab ride. And this service is made possible by utilizing weather data, such as guerrilla rainfall forecast, in addition to GPS data from Docomo cell phone and cab driving data. And next, the third class is of example is IoT-equipped greenhouse. This leads to no CO2 gas emission from greenhouses in agriculture. And this case is data-driven agriculture in Kochi Prefecture. Kochi Prefecture is the most agriculturally active region in Japan. It seems for me that the agricultural sector have a strong demand for the use of meteorological data, but surprisingly, the use of meteorological data in agriculture has not progressed in Japan. There is a fourfold difference in the amount of tomatoes harvested per unit area between Japan and the Netherlands. Of course, the Netherlands is one of the most advanced countries in the use of data in agriculture. In Kochi Prefecture in Japan, Shimanto village has introduced Dutch-style data-driven agriculture system. This is Japan's largest tomato greenhouse of 4.3 hectares. The greenhouse is equipped with sensors. They are detecting and also controlling temperature, humidity, and also CO2. Photosynthetic is essential for the growth of plants, and CO2 and water are required for this process. Water needs to be provided one day before photosynthetics, and the boiler needs to be operated appropriately to generate CO2 so that there is no CO2 shortage when photosynthesis is progressing during sunshine. And therefore, prediction of microscopic sunshine duration is important. Our system is adopting data analysis engine using machine learning technology. It uses several data such as image data, sensor data, plant quality data, shipment data, weather data. Data analysis engine can generate visualization, analyze the results, and some proposal and detected warning. It is useful for increased yield, improved quality, shipment forecast, abnormality detection and prediction, and decreasing the CO2 emission outside of the greenhouse. So yes, next topic is the meteorological data and disaster prevention. The problem with disaster management data is it is not coordinated and it is divided vertically. In disaster management, there are different systems for dealing with flood disaster, earthquake disaster, and nuclear disasters. And in addition, the national government and local government are divided in the activity of disaster response. Even within the national government, there are different ministry and agency with different command systems. The key to disaster reduction is how to integrate them. As for disaster reduction effort for data integration, I will introduce Yokosuka City's open data platform for disaster reduction. This platform integrates a variety of data, such as 3D map data, road data, and barrier-free map data to provide useful services not only in times of disaster, but also in normal times. This shows the example of 3D simulation of flooding in Yokosuka area by using the data, such kind of data. And also this slide shows another example of 3D simulation of flooding using this kind of open data. And this slide shows the example of route guidance for evacuation in the flood and tsunami cases. This is another example. This is the example at the Great East Japan earthquake and the Kumamoto earthquake. Not only weather data, but also other data such as the passable map data were provided. This is based on automobile traffic record. If there is a record for automobile traffic at some road, we can know that this road is passable. On the other hand, if there is no record for automobile traffic at some road, we can know that this road may not be possible or passable. So this shows a passable map in the Great East Japan earthquake. And this shows a passable map in the Kumamoto earthquake provided by Toyota Corporation. And this technique is applicable for heavy snow situation. This is an example of Chicago in United States. Mechanism is almost the same as a passable map. If there is a record for small blower traffic at some road, we can know that this road is passable. Because the snow blower has removed the slope for the road. On the other hand, if there is no record for snow blower traffic at the road, we can know that this road may not be passable. So this kind of weather data and road data or many kind of data can optimize the transportation and supply chain. Many social activity can be optimized using such kind of data. This is very important for decreasing the CO2 gas emission in the world. Next, I'd like to talk about DataEX. This is a national data platform for cross-industry data sharing platform. Weather data is also a very important part of DataEX. DataEX will connect to federate weather data and other data in our society. As a background of this issue, Japan are proposing a vision of data distribution, data free flow with trust, DFFT. In order to realize DFFT, platform data exchange, data distribution, data sharing, data use is necessary. It must provide a function to search, acquire, and connect the data. I think more function will be necessary, but this is a basic function. On the other hand, in Japan, industries, the national and local government and academic institutions have already established many data sharing and distribution platforms. Some are technical one, and others are social one. This slide shows such organization providing technical and social data platform. So now is the time to provide a technical and social platform for federate data platforms for cross-domain, cross-industry data exchange and use. Now we are starting a new platform and organization for operating the platform. DataEX is the name of the platform, and DSA, Data Society Alliance, is the name of organization. And we have just started in this April this month. This slide shows the webpage of the DataEX and DSA, and also this slide shows a vision of the DataEX and DSA. Vision is world of data-driven innovation. This is the ultimate goal of DataEX and DSA. In order to realize the vision, we have set up some missions. The first one is we will establish data-driven society with democracy of innovation. 2, we will develop data distribution infrastructure for the world. 3, we will accelerate social implementation with technology and services development. 4, we will collaborate and contribute to the world. Next, I would like to talk about the concept of the vision more. Democratizing innovation through the use of data. This is a very important concept. For me, this is the most important vision. Everyone has a chance to innovate by using data-driven scientific method. And second one, sustainable society through the use of data is also important mission. And of course, the FFT data free flow with trust. This is the Japan government mission of the data distribution all over the world. And next is the establishing a data business. Data business is one of the most important necessary conditions of data society. I think the data trading market is very important for the data business. The next is further promotion of open data. In Japan, open data become very popular. Many public sector are providing open data, but we must go one more step forward. For personal data, safe and secure personal data management is very important. Personal data store and information bank are very important data platform in Japan. And to realize these goals, we are taking some important technology approaches. First one is data platform federation architecture with API integration. We are not collecting data in one place, but connecting the data produced by each domain, not collecting, but connecting. This means we will take a distributed federation architecture for data EX. Second one is utilization-oriented data platform. A data platform from the standpoint of data use is very important. And third one for technology is governance neutral or generic data platform architecture. Now, many discussions of data governance are progressing in Japan. So in the near future, data governance policy will change or new data governance policy will be established. So for the data governance, future compatibility is very important. So flexible technology architecture is very important. Data EX can meet various data governance requirements in the future. So global and international cooperation is also important. Data will flow beyond national boundary, domains, and so on. So global and international cooperation is essential and important. And this slide shows a tentative picture of our data EX system architecture, but this will change dynamically in the near future. Next, I'd like to mention one more issue, national data strategy of Japan. Before 2019, Japan government has national ICT policy only, but no national data policy. Only ICT policy, but not national data policy. October 2020, a new task force of national data strategy has started, and in December, the task force output the first draft of national data strategy. I'm one of the members of the task force. In the national data strategy, data EX is adopted as a national level cross-domain data sharing infrastructure, and data EX has an important role in the data platform and included in the implementation plan schedule in the strategy. I'm sorry, now we have only Japanese document of national data strategy. This slide shows the description of data EX in the document. Data EX will strongly support national data platform of Japan government. We are starting data EX project mainly in Japan. We are aiming a primary data distribution platform in Japan and the global world. We would like to collaborate with other countries of data infrastructure. If you are interested in our activity, please contact this address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Koshizuka. And we are now open for questions. So does our audience have any questions? I didn't see right now in online this question, but we do have some questions previously raised by our audience. Let me repeat. This question is about the efficiency or the effectiveness of AI compared to other method. And since you will be promoting the data science for weather data, and do you have any comment that how we can use the AI technology for weather-based applications?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, AI technology is very, very general. Recently, the machine learning and deep learning has progressed so much, and we can apply such kind of AI technology in any application. Economy and supply chain management and smart city is a very, very typical application of AI technology. So such kind of application with the data is very important. So we are using the with the data as education data or training data for the machine learning or deep learning, and having a very useful optimization or useful knowledge from such kind of AI computation. And second point, AI technology can apply to weather forecast or disaster forecast itself. I think historically, weather forecast and weather technology are using simulation technology in computer or data science. And simulation and deep learning or machine learning is a very different technology and different approaches. And previously, I think with the community, with the data or with the community are using the simulation technology, but I think it is very useful to use machine learning or deep learning in weather. The simulation, in the simulation, we must know about the mechanism of weather, but AI technology, machine learning, are only using the input and output data. No mechanism knowledge is necessary. So simulation and AI is a very, very different technology. But now, recently, we must use, or we should use machine learning or deep learning AI technology for in place of the simulation in the weather forecast or disaster forecast field.
Okay. And there's another question about the data X. It is very interesting that the Japan government is trying to establish a platform for data, open data exchange and applications to promote the usage of all kinds of data. And the question is that in Japan, there are some areas that might be mature than the other areas that already or sort of already for the data X project. So in the real world, is there a priority list of areas that the data X project will be aimed for, or will be the strategy for the data X project that to incorporate different kinds of data into the database?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Yeah, yes. In Japan, in some area, in some field, we have already data infrastructure or infrastructure system of the big data system, and I think that weather is one of the most matured area of the data usage, I think. And some area some area do not use the data or do not establish the data infrastructure. So the most important data EX approach is to federate the previous or conventional or data infrastructure. So data EX is a metadata infrastructure. The data infrastructure, the connecting the data infrastructure. So it's a meta infrastructure approach. And this is a very important point. And the third point, what is the priority? Because we have many fields of data. So, for example, the public data or education, disaster, weather, the industry or supply chain and mobility, transportation, many areas. But important, the priority is first one is government data. It's almost open data. So in the national government we have a very big data, and in Japan there are many local governments, more than 1,800 local governments, and each government have its own open data database. So how to federate more than 100 data open data site is very hard work. So we must try the first three of the connecting the local government one, many public open data infrastructure. And the second one is industry. The industry, for example, like in German, the industry 4.0, the factory and factory, how to connect them. I think it is necessary to use real-time data sharing infrastructure. So the industry is very important. And also there are many points for that priority. And education and medicine. I think so. Yeah. Medicine, hospital, medical data, and education and transportation. All these are all half public but half industry. So this kind of half public, semi-public area is the second priority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there's one question about the open data for the disaster prevention. And in your talk, you have mentioned that for the disaster prevention, many of the data will be open. For example, the roadblock or evacuation route. And because for the disaster prevention, there's an emergency situation. So the real-timeness or the in-time data to be acquired and presented to the users is very important. So what's your point of view of how the system can be as much real-time as possible to acquire and to present the data to the user?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. But I think I don't think real time is not so difficult. Because real timeness can be realized by technology. I think for us, for our engineer side, it is very not so difficult, but it's easy. It's easy to implement such real time technology. But most important and most difficult one is a social problem. For example, in normal time, the privacy personal data is not so protected. But in emergency time, such kind of protection become a barrier for the disaster prevention. For example, such roadblock information passable map services. I think in normal time it is impossible such kind of service because all possible map data come from the individual automobile GPS data, collecting GPS data for automobile. So there are privacy problems. So in normal time it is impossible to use. But in emergency time, and the emergency emergency response is the most highest priority. So we can use such kind of privacy data for the disaster response. So we are not changing the rule in normal time and emergency time. So such kind of the social system or social rule is very important and also very difficult to establish for the disaster alleviation activity.
Okay, thank you. And there's one other question on the data usage or the data X, because you have very good vision for the data-driven innovation. Right now, the data is the center for all kinds of application, and there's a term called data gravity, and all the application will be absorbed or be or toward the data center, so that the cloud infrastructure become very important. And what is your viewpoint of what kind of cloud infrastructure is needed to support the data X?
Yeah. I think thank you for the question. I think cloud system is very important, but I think the technology layer is a little bit different. I think the data layer, the data EX is infrastructure in the data layer, and the cloud system is hardware layer of the data sharing or data exchange. And so we are independent. So we can use any kind of cloud system. For example, the Google or Amazon AWS, or European cloud system, or Asian cloud system, and of course in Japan the cloud system. So we can use any kind of cloud system, and it's I think a competitive field. So the Amazon and Google and the other company are competitive in the cloud area, but we data EX is not the competitive, they are the cooperative area. So it's very important that the sharing infrastructure and the cooperate the many members can cooperate in the infrastructure. So we can use any kind of I don't know, any kind of cloud infrastructure for many companies. So it's independent.
Okay, thank you. So I have one last question. It's also about the data X. Many people are very interested in the concept. And this question is about, is there stable financial support for the data X to growth? Or what is the business model or financial support for the whole concept to grow and to sustain?
Yeah, thank you very much. And our data EX is it can be used in industry and also used in public sectors like government. So because the data data, the public data and the industry data, both how to mix them are very important. So our data EX can be used in public sector like government and also industry. So our budget will come from the government and industry. So in the establishing stage, for example, this was 2 or 3 years, we will be established data EX in these years. In such case, startup period, I think we will have a much stronger financial support from government. And after that, for 5 or 10 years, the financial support will move to the industry. Such kind of transition is very important. I think that the establishing period, the startup, the government side support is financial support very important. And after that, how to commercialize the business model in the industry is very important. Such kind of the financial support will transfer the government to industry. This is our plan.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. And I don't have questions for now. So right now it's already 11:55. We already passed the time for over 15 minutes. So thank you very much, Dr. Koshizuka, for your time and the explanation of all the interesting points. And so if there is no question, then we'll conclude this talk. And let's thank Dr. Koshizuka again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Koshizuka, for the wonderful speech. Now we were going to take a group photo for a keynote session. May I ask the moderator, two keynote speakers, and all the participants to turn on your camera so we can have a group photo together. Thank you. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay. Okay, we would like to thank two keynote speakers in the morning for the wonderful speech. We're going to have a lunch break now. According to our agenda, the presentation of session 1 will begin at 1 p.m. Taipei time. Please do not forget to join us on time. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you in the afternoon.
Thank you very much. Everything all right? Can I wait? Will be.
像刚刚学长的时候，我也是。这样对。那我们就。聊天是刚刚没有提问题，刚刚就是一直在。等一下，我们其他人要。然后就是如果现场的话，如果要发言的话就，我会可能就有一个人在前面挥手还是什么的。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session in the afternoon. Before we officially enter the session, may I remind the participants on WebEx, you can open the chat box on WebEx and use the YouTube stream to watch the pre-recorded video. If having any questions regarding the presentation, you can use the raise hand button on WebEx during discussion time. For other participants online, please use our Slido platform to submit your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Session 1, Climate Service Development, Policy Trend and Involvement. I'm honored to introduce the moderator of this session, Dr. Vicente Malano and Mr. Chia-Ping Cheng. Dr. Malano is the administrator of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration. Mr. Chia-Ping Cheng is the Deputy Director General of Central Weather Bureau in Taiwan. We have 3 speakers for the first part of Session 1. The first speaker is Dr. Vicente Malano from Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration. The second speaker is Dr. Nattasomboon from Thai Meteorological Department. The third speaker is Dr. Won-Tae from Vietnam Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Now, let's welcome our moderators, Dr. Malano and Mr. Cheng, to host the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to my co-host, Dr. Chia-Ping Cheng. And before I proceed, I would like to thank the organizer, Dr. Cheng, Ming-Dean of the Central Weather Bureau, and Dr. Cheng, another Dr. Cheng, Central Weather Bureau again. He's the Director General, Deputy Director General, and the other one is the Director General. Today we will be, for this session, as it has been said, there will be three presenters. We will be having this Q&A after every presentation. Maybe we will be allowing 2 questions from the floor after the presentation. But I know that Director General Nattasomboon is not available during this time, so we will just hear from his presentation, and maybe we will start now by having my presentation. Please show. Maybe Dr. Cheng could have something to say.
Yeah, thank you. I think we can go directly to the talk. Yeah, thank you for helping chair this session. And the first speaker is yourself.
Yeah. So let us proceed.
Dr. Ming-Dean Cheng, Director General of the Central Weather Bureau of Taiwan. Dr. Won-Tae Kwon, Executive Director of APEC Climate Center of Korea. Dr. Chuang-Chang, President of Tsinghua Institution for Economic Research of Taiwan. Dr. Tze-Luen, President of International Climate Development Institute. Guests and participants of Asia Pacific Climate Workshop Service 2021. Good day to everyone. The title of my presentation is Climate Information to Climate Services, the Philippine Experience. Climate information is one of the important elements in decision making. Climate services is referred to as the delivery of climate information from the scientific sources to stakeholders and end users. The provision of services requires wide range of inputs. This input is high quality data, vulnerability analysis, risk assessments. The demand for climate information is increasing because of the increasing variability in climate, particularly for the Philippines. The need on the prediction or provision of rainfall forecasts for the different sectors of the society. We have the agriculture sector, water resources and management sector, health sector, tourism and power industry. Development of climate services involves engagement of users and stakeholders. These are conducted through meetings, workshops, dialogues to understand and address client and user needs. Testing and refinement of the product based on client feedback is necessary to improve or to come up with a good climate service. Our engagement with stakeholders allowed us to establish climate field schools and climate resiliency field school. Climate resiliency field school is an improvement of climate field school, wherein livelihoods are incorporated in the climate field school. The climate field school involved training of trainers, training of extension workers, and training of farmers. These are conducted primarily by Pag-asa personnel. Climate information plus user engagement plus co-produced tailored information is defined as the climate service. We have provided produced climate services such as climate forecast and extension advisories for different stakeholders. These are primarily for general use for the different sectors. We have seasonal climate outlook and advisory, particularly for the Department of Agriculture, for farmers and fisher folks. We have developed 11 knowledge products and handbook of weather and climate hazards for agriculture, aquaculture technicians in partnership with FAO or Food and Agricultural Organization and the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, that we have formulated policies that will support climate resilient agriculture and aquaculture. These are the examples of the products that we have. These are for tilapia pond aquaculture, for grouper pond aquaculture, and so forth. Delivery of climate products. For a successful climate service, this component involves both mechanism for delivery of information and opportunities for interaction that may result to a more improved collaborative decision making. Decision that may benefit from seasonal products. Farmers may decide what to do on their farm every cropping season due to the provision of forecasts and products from the chance of having rainfall for a season. This information can serve as a guide in deciding what actions to take in anticipation of the effects of this climate event. Others are water allocation for irrigation, not only for irrigation but also for water management, for storage and allocation distribution. We have to distribute wisely during particularly in the long dry spell. With the use of climate services or climate information, we can also decide, particularly during the occurrence of El Nino or La Nina, to decide on storing, on stockpiling of products, particularly for rice. Our products or services can be accessed through mobile app. We have mobile app for Philippine climatological information and advisories. We have Payong Pag-asa, The Payong Pag-asa includes features such as monitoring of rainfall and temperature. We have daily farm weather forecasts and advisories. We have the 10-day regional agri-weather information. We have monthly climate assessment and outlook. The monthly climate assessment and outlook displays the monthly assessment and forecast of rainfall and temperature per province, including prevailing weather systems. We also regularly conduct Climate Outlook Forum every month. The Climate Outlook Forum is a platform that provides opportunity for regular dialogue between Pag-asa and its stakeholders. During the Climate Outlook Forum, feedback, monitoring, and evaluation are essential for capturing the user's experience and hence improving the service and its utility. Feedback and client satisfaction surveys are undertaken through the Climate Outlook Forums. We are also conducting feedback and client satisfaction surveys through websites, quad media, and the mobile apps. Through feedback surveys, Pag-asa climate services are improved by incorporating feedbacks from different sectors and the results of incorporating the results of surveys. Improvement of climate services through regional and international cooperation. We have also a partnership with Mekoteco in order to improve our climate services. Our partnership with Mekoteco is in the improvement of forecast capability on weather, marine, meteorology, and short-range climate. We have also partnership with Asiancop, and we have science and technology collaboration with APEC Climate Center of Korea. And the delivery of climate services during pandemic is also one of the activities that we have done during the past close to two years. We have conducted national, regional, provincial climate outlook forum through social media or virtual engagement. We have engaged with the regional climate forum with Mimaropa or Mindoro, Marinduque, Romblon, and Palawan area. We have conducted this climate forum on September 28. We have also conducted climate forum for the National Capital Region, Provincial Regional Services Divisions, and all other divisions, regional divisions in the Philippines. We have the Visayas Regional Services Division, we have the Mindanao Regional Services Division, and the Northern Luzon Regional Divisions, as well as the Southern Luzon Regional Services Division. Also during this pandemic, we have activated the La Nina alert and warning system because of the development of La Nina. We have started the activation of La Nina alert and warning system in September of 2020 until at present. Provision and issuance of La Nina and seasonal forecasts are undertaken through virtual press conferences and through the quad media, and it also is provided through interviews and through the mobile apps. During this pandemic, we have also conducted climate workshop for personnel of the different PRSDs or Pag-asa Regional Services Divisions. This is for the purpose of capacitating the regional Pag-asa personnel in communicating this useful information and forecast to targeted stakeholders and decision makers for agriculture, water resource management, public health, and disaster management sectors. We have issued 4 climate watch for Southeast Asia in 2020. These are primarily on the climate watch for rainfall deficiency for Southeast Asia. The area of concern were Peninsular Malaysia, wherein we issued the Climate Watch on February 15 of 2020. For the rainfall deficiency of Thailand and Cambodia, we have issued in March 2020, and for Climate Watch for rainfall deficiency over Cambodia, Myanmar, and Philippines, we have issued in April 2020. Thank you, and once again, good day.
Now let us hear if there are questions from the floor. Are there questions from the floor? No question, maybe we can.
Dr. Malano, could you say, we cannot hear you clearly. So could you say it again?
Are there any questions from the floor? You could not still hear? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I think
So you can-
right now, from our side, from Taiwan side, there's no questions from the floor right now. Yeah, maybe we can put the question to the
Yeah.
discussion session.
Okay, maybe we can proceed to the next presentation from Thailand. Please show the presentation from Thailand.
Yes, we're going to play the pre-recorded video. Please wait for a while.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My topic today is about the sustainable climate service. At present, climate change has brought permanent alteration to the Earth that is increasingly changing the way humans live. Rising of temperature, changing the amount and distribution of precipitation, the delay of the beginning and the end of season, natural disasters such as drought, flood, extreme hot weather, and the spread of PM 2.5 are examples of the climate change. We cannot deny that these changes are important and has been continuously affecting all relevant sectors such as water management, agriculture, food security, public health, energy, settlement and human security, disaster risk management, travel and transportation, including environmental management. In Thailand, all sectors mentioned do require meteorological and climate information service from the Thai Meteorological Department, or TMD, in order to support the planning, decision making, and also using this information for daily life. Diversity of needs for climate service nowadays urge our department as a government service provider to improve our products and service to meet the need of the user, and also to reduce the risk of natural disaster from severe weather and danger caused by climate variability and climate change in all sectors, and also to protect the human life property. At present, TMD delivers a variety of service to community and agency throughout different channel, and platform. For example, we provide different kinds of information service, such as real-time monitoring and observation data, weather forecast and warning, short-range forecast, medium-range forecast, and also long-term range forecast, including technical service on climate, meteorology, hydrometeorology, agrometeorology, aeronautical meteorology, and also the earthquake. These data are available online and can be easily accessed through our website www.tmd.go.th or in other platforms such as application Thai Weather, TMD Aviation, TMD Smart Sim, or YouTube, Facebook, and Line application. Besides all mentioned, we engage closely with our target user by visiting them to inspect their needs under our work program. Moreover, we collaborate with relevant agencies within countries and abroad by joining the meeting and conference continuously. For example, we annually attend the National Climate Change Policy Committee meeting, joining the Smart Border Action Center, joining meeting with Local Irrigation Department, collaborating in Climate Field School project, participating in the ASEAN Climate Outlook Forum, and attending forum on regional climate monitoring assessment prediction for Asia. Despite advanced technology and innovation tools using to support Thailand weather forecast, however, a variety of data and information that our department provided to public and to all sectors under current conditions are in concern due to limitation in the density of data and the accuracy of high-resolution weather forecasts at district and village level. Thailand is located in tropical zone, where both sides are surrounded by Andaman Sea, Indian Ocean, Gulf of Thailand, South China Sea, and also Western North Pacific Ocean. So sometimes it is quite difficult to forecast accurately. Climate change caused by human is another factor which is difficult to predict and directly affect the quality of climate service. For example, the release pollution from factories, vehicles, construction, the spread of PM 2.5 considered vulnerably affected the quality of climate service directly. The question is, how can we solve this problem? And can this problem be solved sustainably? In order to solve the problem sustainably, I simply see that it is necessary to work and follow the National Climate Service Standard Operation Procedure to conform to the global framework of climate service of the World Meteorological Organization. Secondly, cooperation among national meteorological and hydrological service and user in conducting research and development are needed. In conducting the research, primary data in local area combined with climate data, scientific data from remote sensing technology such as meteorological satellites, weather radar, and data from various climate models and analysis technology should be taken into account and used as the input data. I'm quite certain that conducting a research is one way and can help to improve the result of weather forecasts in different range in order to provide weather information to all sectors efficiently with more accurate and fulfill the needs of various sectors sustainably. However, scientific data is somehow inaccurate. It is necessary to install the meteorological instrument in specific area to investigate the accuracy of data. Besides data quality control, in every step is a must to do before data submission. At present, our department works with service recipients to co-design the product that meet their requirement. Lastly, international technical cooperation on meteorological between agencies is important and necessary in providing excellent service and development of climate products to absolutely meet the need of all service recipients or users. This marks for sustainable preparing and adapting to climate change at the present and the future for the safety of life, property, and for all citizens and all related parties. Thank you.
TMD has developed and improved its operation efficiency to provide a digital service to increase the ability of weather monitoring, weather forecasting, and providing the accurate early warning system. TMD immediately informed the weather news and forced the public.
I think we have to proceed for the next presentation. Let us hear from the presentation of Vietnam, Dr. Pham Thanh.
Okay, we're going to play the pre-recorded speech.
Hello, my name is Pham Thanh. I'm from Vietnam Institute of Meteorology, Hydrology and Climate Change, IMHAN. My institute is directly under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Vietnam. This is the only institute working in the field of meteorology and climate change. Today I'm going to talk about climate services implemented by case study for construction and local agriculture sector in Vietnam. Here is contained in my talk, introduction, overview of climate services in Vietnam and two case studies implemented by IMHAN and conclusion. Actually, in the last decade, climate services had become an emerging topic in the development strategy of WMO and developed widely in many countries, including in Vietnam. And Vietnam Hydromet Service, in association with IMHAN, has started to develop GFCS components based on the guidance of the WMO. And two case studies here implemented by IMHAN will be introduced, including agroclimate condition assessment on the request of the local agriculture agency. And the second one is establishment of the national standard of wind pressure load for construction. It's well known that 70% of population in Vietnam are involved in the agriculture activity. So agriculture is one of the important topics for social and economic development in Vietnam. And recently, Vietnam has significant development in urban. But however, the current construction work has been designed according to very old climatic data, not updated for the last 30 years. That is the reason we choose to the case study here. Agriculture sector need climate information, including observation, subseasonal and seasonal forecast and projection. And the construction sector need climate information for designing of the construction, observation, and projection for the future. Climate and extreme events in Vietnam are influenced by various factors, including large-scale circulation such as monsoon, meso-scale circulation, tropical cyclone or ITCC, and also local scale of thunderstorm, tornado, and other local thunderstorm by terrace. And actually, along Vietnam, the spatial differentiation of extreme events are significantly found along the country. For the tropical cyclone, we have on average 10 to 14 tropical cyclones over the Biển Đông Sea and about 6 to 8 TC making the landing on Vietnam every year. And in the last decades, we found a very strong TC increase, and TC tracks tend to be more complicated over the Biển Đông Sea before landing to Vietnam. Especially in the last year, we have more TC occur in very short time, about 1 month, 5 tropical cyclones landing on Vietnam and cause very extreme rainfall in the central region of Vietnam along here. Besides that, we have very new historically heavy rainfall recorded in the northern part of Vietnam and also in the central part of Vietnam. Last year, because of 5TC activity, we had very heavy rainfall along the central coast area, and most of provinces in the central region were flooded, and a very severe landslide in this area also recorded. Besides that, we also observe very extreme heat wave during summertime, and hottest year occurred in last year of about over 43 degrees recorded in the central part of Vietnam. And also the drought and saltwater intrusion also observed very severely in the Mekong Delta region of Vietnam, especially in the last dry season of 2019 and 2020. However, extreme events also include thunderstorm, tornado, and hail and snow occur recently in the northern part of Vietnam. That is the reason the climate service is very important to provide different types of the service, including climate data, historical observation by surface and satellite, climate monitoring and forecast, including seasonal and sub-seasonal forecast and warning, and also climate projection for the future by the end of century and climate study. Under this, the framework of the climate service, we have 4 phases here. First, generating the data, translate to the end user require information and transfer by this framework to the end user. And here is some example of the climate services by IMHAN, climate monitoring service for agriculture sector, solar radiations monitoring for energy sector, and also heat index provided for the health and tourist activity. For climate change projection, we make the dynamic and downscaling of the global model to the regional model, and also go through the statistical correction of the modern outputs, and finally to make the projection of the future for the whole country of Vietnam. There will be downscaling in detail for the provinces and district level. Here as an example of the climate change scenario for water management in Hà Tĩnh provinces. Two case study I would like to say here is the agroclimatic condition assessment for one district in the Viet province here. We have the data collection of meteorological data, remote sensing data, and the data on the current local agricultural activity, and method for developing agroclimate condition map, including conclude agroclimate condition, develop basic map, and develop agroclimatic sub-region by 5 steps. This is the methods for determining the growth variability in agro-subclimatic region. It's called the LUCET, Land Use Suitability Evaluation Tool, for assess the level of suitability for each type of crop. For example, here from the temperature condition and rainfall condition map, we make the climate zoning map here, and finally we provide the suitable ecological zoning map for development of different type of plant in this district. The second case study is for construction sector. Based on the need of the user to calculate the 3-second peak gas and wind pressure from the 2-minute wind observed. Here is the method for converting this data, and finally to provide to make the national technical regulation of the climatic data for construction. Here is the example of the conversion coefficient for calculated converting from 3-second peak gas at 20 or 50 years return period. Finally, we can have such kind of the map based on 150 observation stations. This is the extreme wind due to the typhoon along the country, and extreme wind observed for the following return period of 10 years, and also 3-second peak gas at return period of 10 years or 3,000 years. And finally, we can provide the basic wind pressure map for construction designing in Vietnam with different zones in this map. So conclusion, the climate services become very important input for economic activity in Vietnam. And two services have been implemented by IMHAN here for agriculture and construction sector. So actually it's very necessary to develop a region framework, kind of the national framework for the diverse climate services. And it is important to have the collaboration with different organizations and stakeholders for wider implementation of the climate services. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation for Won-Tae Tanya. Maybe we will allow one question because we are limited. We are already on 140, or we can maybe 2 questions from the floor.
Hello, Dr. Malano and Mr. Chen and Dr. Pham. This is Ming-Dean from Chonghua Institution for Economic Research in Taiwan. I have one question for Dr. Pham. In your last part of presentations, it's very interesting to see your examples for constructions. Can you explain to us why in Vietnam construction sector is so important for climate service? And is it for public sector constructing business or private sector?
Dr. Pham?
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon. Can I answer directly now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you for your question. So concerning with this question, I can say that actually the construction sector is need the climate services because it requires, it's not private sector, it's the government from the Ministry of Construction. Actually, Ministry of Construction, they had to issue the national technical requirement for construction a whole country. So they work with us in connection to provide the data to develop this national technical regulation. According to this regulation, so all of the construction sector, including the public or private, need to follow. So this that's why it's very important, because this regulation will be issued by the government. So we work closely with the Ministry of Construction to develop this regulation. So all the construction need to follow this regulation in designing for the building, for the building of the house or the bridge or every construction activity. Yeah. So that it answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question here, maybe for older speakers in these sessions. In your country, does the energy sectors require climate services? If it does, then what kind of climate services that energy sectors require? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I understand this question. So currently, the energy sector has very developed in the how to say clean energy, including the solar radiation and wind radiation. Also, before we have very hydropower energy section. For hydropower, so they need all information of the rainfall in the past, and also the prediction in the long term in kind of seasonal forecast for how to say regulating the hydropower activity. And recently, for the solar and the wind sector in energy, they need such kind of solar radiation input at the service, solar radiation at the service, as the input to the, how to say, energy department, because they have the center to regulate energy power of the whole country. Because for solar radiation, they need the operating at the daytime. But for the nighttime, solar radiation doesn't work. So they need the other kind of the power energy, like the hydro fuel energy. So they need solar radiation information as the input for regulating the energy for the whole country. For example, how many megawatt or gigawatt of the energy from solar radiation power at the current time or at the daytime enough. So we provide such kind of information. And also for wind, most of the wind power is operating offshore. So we also provide the climatological information of the wind from blending of the wind power plan, and in which region is suitable for designing or planning the making the plan of the wind power. And also at operation, we provide information for them for making the power for generating the power generating activity. So that is the services for energy sector. That's it all. Sorry, I can
Thank
hear.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Malano, can you speak? How about the energy sector's climate service requirement in Philippines?
Yeah, thank you very much. For the Philippines, our partnership with the power sector is that we are providing them wind data for them to design the capability of the transmission post, because you know that the Philippines is one of the hardest hit by tropical cyclone, and the design now for the strength for the transmission post is like the strength of Typhoon Yolanda. And another partnership is on the provision of lightning and thunderstorm data, because these are very crucial in their establishment of where to put these lightning arresters and other necessary data for them to have their design on their facilities. And also for the power generation, similar with Thailand, Vietnam, because rainfall projection is very important in the allocation of water for multi-purpose dams, including the power sector, the irrigation and drainage, and for irrigation and for the domestic power supply. By this time, I think we can. Is there anything that you can say, my partner? Maybe we can proceed to the wrap up and discussion of what we have.
Dr. Malano, I have one more question for you. Can I?
Okay.
Yes, this is for two speakers who is right now online. Especially for Dr. Malano, you mentioned that the climate service during the pandemic have changed in the Philippines. And in Taiwan, we also face COVID-19 pandemic, and many lifestyle have been changed since last year. And also the communication between people and the government to the people become different. So how does your agency's effort to provide climate service during this pandemic situation?
Thank you very much for that question. And there were, during the earlier part of the pandemic, we have, I think all of us did not know how to proceed. So for the first part, maybe 3 months, we didn't have anything with our provision of climate services aside from those which are found in our website. But on the other hand, this pandemic also helped us because we devised a method on how we deliver our services. We have devised using this platform, virtual platform, so that we can reach more than what we have reached before, because before we have only conducted this climate forum in our central office or go to the place where we want to go to conduct. But now we are conducting this virtually, reaching all the localities in the Philippines, particularly now that there is a development of La Nina. So our engagement is more on the place where we are expecting that La Nina will impact much, particularly in the eastern part or in Mindanao or in the Visayas. So this time we are conducting it. We have ongoing climate fora that are conducted in different places in the Philippines.
And I have one question for Dr. Pham. In your conclusion, the bullet number 3, you have mentioned that you need to develop a legal framework to develop delivery climate services. What kind of legal framework are you referred to?
Thank you. I mean here is kind of the legal, that means national issue by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. That means under this framework, every climate services should be followed. Under the WMO also guidance. So we need to develop this mean what kind of information, what kind of translation, or what kind of services should we provide by the Hydromet Service or Institute of Meteorology, Hydrology and Climate Change under the ministry to different end user or different stakeholder. That is my point.
Okay. I asked that question is because of both speakers have mentioned that the need to collaborate with different sectors.
Yeah.
And the education and training, and as well as awareness is very important. And but for different sectors, sometimes it's very difficult to convince or to show the benefit of climate services to some other sectors. So what do, or how we can address this kind of awareness training issue, or how we can promote the climate service concepts in different countries? So that's a general question. I think that is not very easy to answer.
I have an example. Maybe an example in Vietnam. So maybe it's kind of the study for you. For example, in the document issued by Ministry of by the government, because the Ministry of Environment submitted to the government, and now it requires that in every how to say big for example how to say big construction or the big activity, they had to install the observation station for example, if you want to buy to build a very large airport, to build an airport, or to build a big construction. So before that, you need to, together with that, or the highland, along this, you have to set up the observation station. So that is also the kind of the climate input for the service, for the service later. So I think that is we add the information to the nation database of the observation. Also, this information in return to serve their activity. So that is one of example to promote the climate service. I think so. But no, yeah, it's very big question. So I think that if we put it the national framework, I mean the requirement from the government, so we can the Ministry of Environment and under the is as our Institute of Hydromet Service can work closely with other ministry, and especially with the leader from the provinces to promote the climate services. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we encountered the same problem with all of us meteorological service, that there are sectors that very hard to convince. And I think one of the approach is, like, for example, that the one that we have established here, the climate field school, so that they will understand the uncertainty of what we are doing, because there's uncertainty is I would not, I don't know how to say it. It's, I think we have to what there's a lot of explaining on how to increase their level of understanding on the science of meteorology or climatology. So I think we have to engage them very closely to be part of what we are doing. Like for example, the establishment of climate field school. The climate field school, they appreciate it very much. Not only them, the direct users, but also some sort of avenue, like for example, the Department of Agriculture to engage farmers. They'll also help us explain on the uncertainty of events that we are predicting. So maybe there's...
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very good answer. Both of you gave very good answer. And I have one more question for Dr. Malano. In your presentation, you have mentioned that you conduct the Climate Outlook Forum every month. And through this Climate Outlook Forum, you can engage your stakeholder institute to discuss maybe the possible applications. So can you give some more information of the involvement of different sectors? What kind of information they are requiring from PACASA?
Yeah, involvement for disaster risk reduction managers, we are involving them through the Department of Information, Department of Interior and Local Government, so that with the help of the Department of Interior and Local Government, they will organize symposium or training or workshop for those frontliners that are going to attend. And during the engagement, for example, because we are the providers of information, like what type of rainfall or what intensive rainfall will affect in the area, and what will happen if this intensity will affect that area. And because of this engagement, local government units, the community, for example, is that they are aware if that rainfall, that amount of rainfall will pour or will fall in this in their area. They will understand, particularly those in the flood prone areas or the landslide prone areas, because these are predetermined indices. If rainfall of this kind, this area will be affected. And for others are that in the economic sector, for example, the Central Bank of the Philippines needs particularly our projection of rainfall, because this parameter is very important in their projection of inflation rate. So that's why the Central Bank of the Philippines, we are perennial recipient of their award as one of the most important partners in the Philippines for economic development. And others are more on the projection of rainfall for the water resources and water resources management, like the dam operators, and for multiple purpose dams, for irrigation purposes, dams for domestic power supply, and tourism also, for how number of days that we are computing number of days that have per month, the average for or normal for a month, for example, number without a number of days without rainfall, number of days with rainfall. So we are providing this information so that people who are planning to go in one place, because Philippines is one of the tourism in this destination, one of the tourism destination, so that they will just look for what month does not has less number of rainfall days, number of rainfall days. So those are the information that we are. Those are some of the information that we are providing.
Do we have more questions from the floor or from online?
Probably none. Maybe we can proceed with the wrap up, perhaps.
Yeah.
Dear moderators, I think I have the same questions for Dr. Pham from Vietnam about how you face the pandemic situation and to enhance your climate service.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, similar question for Dr. Malano. I would like to ask in Vietnam, how do you change your lifestyle, or how to change your communication to promote your climate service during pandemic time? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think this question is very important because we at the moment we also try to different way to promote this. You know that before that the people pay most attention on the weather. For example, the weather prediction for short term. But I think that's for promote the climate services. We try to define the user requirement. For example, different sectors they will need the different requirement. Agriculture, construction, energy, or other transportation. So very important to know their requirement in the service. We cannot provide purely the rainfall or the temperature. Maybe it's not doesn't need the necessary. So we study together with the different stakeholder or organization, and we will try to develop 5 components of the national framework of climate services. So I think that important now is the way to provide the information. It means that the information is easy to understand and clearly and affecting directly to the need. So we think that's why different way of the transmission of the information is important. For example, now mostly information is readily to provide in the web frame base. So I think it's much easier to come to the user. So the shortly, so the kind of information and the way of the translation of information is important for promoting the the services. And important that the information is meet the requirement of the end user. So so that the point at the end of the my presentation is there is the need or necessary to collaboration with different user or stakeholder. By this way, we can organize different kind of the workshop, and also we also come to directly with this organization, or we in collaboration with different organization, NGO, international or national, and also government to organize a different workshop at the national level and also at the local level, to introduce our services, different kind of services. And example, we have need to different region or different provinces, so they know better about our service, and also we can prove our ability to provide different kind of services. So I think this is the way to enhance or promote the services in everywhere. It's not in Vietnam, but I think that it step by step we have already have some improvement in this field. So we can work also with the government of different ministry, and also we work with under the different project of the international funding, and cooperation with different organizations within the ministry to promote these services. That is answer your question.
Thank you.
Okay, can we proceed now to the wrap up and discussion of what we have presented is session 1. Okay, so may I give the wrap up and discuss on what we have presented this afternoon. The first was my presentation. We emphasize on the user engagement, on how we provide the climate services. The user engagement is very important. We have conducted meeting, regular forum, discussions with those clienteles and users of our data. For the different sectors, we have identified the agriculture sector, the water resources and management, tourism, power sector, planners also, and disaster risk reduction managers. I failed, or I forgot to mention about our partnership with the planners, because during the passage of Typhoon Yolanda, there was a national building code which is designed for previous wind regime that we have experienced before, but during this time, the wind strength of Yolanda is incorporated now with the new National Building Code of the Philippines. So disaster risk reduction managers are very important partners also that we have. So the Department of Interior and Local Government, we have now the Republic Act of the Philippines, Republic Act 10121, which is the otherwise called as National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. And through this council, we have improved our partnership with the different member councils, including the private sector and civil organizations and private organizations. So we have determined that the user engagement help us improve our climate service. And for the second presenter, Dr. Nattasomboon, Nattasomboon, he was presenting about the climate change effects, like rising of temperature. This rising of temperature, I think, is common to our place in any part of the world. And one of the effects of climate change is the changes in amount and distribution of precipitation that we have also encountered or observed in our place. And the change in the beginning and ending of a season. So I think he also emphasized on the relevant sectors, which are, I think, very similar to what I have also presented, and also defining what they provide, the services that they are providing to their different for their clientele or users of their information. And he also identified some problems that we have encountered, like, for example, limitations in the density of data and accuracy of high-resolution weather forecasts at district and village levels. And this is one also of a problem, particularly in the Philippines, because we are composed of different, what do you call this, islands. We are archipelagic in nature, that we can not easily put up installations for observation facilities. And he also has this question of how to solve this problem, and have some question that follow some solution that you have to follow the National Climate Service Standard of Operation to conform to the global framework for climate services, and cooperation among national meteorological and hydrological services from one place to another. What we have done today. So these are what we have. He identified on the solution of improving our services. And for Vietnam, we know that it was presented that 70% of Vietnam is on agriculture, and they are engaged also in the socio-economic development, and they are providing information like the observation data and the substantial forecasts and projections that we are also conducting. So these are the similarities that we have provided for our users. And one thing it's very notable for the presentation of Vietnam is the conduct of 2 case studies, which are the agroclimatic condition assessment on the request of local agriculture agency to serve agricultural development, particularly in the district of Muang Ang and the province of Dien Bien. So I think they are collecting data for those areas. And the other one is the establishment of national standard of wind pressure load for construction sector. So this is similar to what we are providing to our national, in order to come up with the new national building code. So in conclusion, Dr. Pham said that the climate service becomes important input for economic activities. Number 2 is 2 services implemented by IMHEN for agriculture and construction sectors. They have implemented 2 services, and it is number 3 is said that it is necessary to develop a legal and national framework for the diverse climate services. So, and last is it is important to have collaboration with different organizations. That's what, as I have said, is what we have done during this time. So I think these are, I can say, on the presentation that we have just shown this afternoon. thank you very much, and maybe I can pass this to my co-moderator, Dr. Cheng, for further.
Thank you, Dr. Malano, Mr. Cheng, and distinguished speakers. Now it is time for group photo. May I ask the moderators, speakers, and all the participants to turn on your camera so we can have a group photo together. 3, 2, 1, cheese.
Cheese.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a short break now for session 1. The second part of session 1 will begin at 2:40 p.m. Taipei time. We will have Dr. Jingshan Hong, Dr. Nelly Florida Riama, and Dr. Daniela Jacob to deliver their presentations. Please come back on time. Thank you.
In Taiwan we say 赞赞赞 赞。
小米粽子，再一口小米酒。 招牌菜。哦，好棒哦！
好
support of me. So you can hear me, you can see me, everything's fine. I can see you too. Great.
For me to have this experience has opened me up to what such a small island in the scale of the world has in so many aspects of a culture and its people, because I think the country has such an interesting and rich history from so many different parts of the culture that it's been pulled together. How many generation are you? Fourth generation. Fourth generation.
Oh yeah, oh hi yeah, yeah. Oh hi yeah, oh hi yeah, yeah oh hi yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, oh hi yeah.
I think my 5 words to sum up Taiwan are welcoming, caring, deep, inspiring, and beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our session in 3 minutes. Please join us at 2:40 p.m. Thank you. For the speakers, please, would you please turn on your camera and microphone? We can take, if Okay, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Before we officially enter the session, may I remind the participants on WebEx, you can open the chat box on WebEx and use the YouTube stream to watch the pre-recorded video. If having any questions regarding the presentation, you can use the raise hand button on WebEx during discussion time. For other participants online, please use your Slido platform to submit your questions. Now, let's continue our session 1, Climate Service Department, Policy Trend and Involvement. The moderator of this session is Mr. Chia-Ping Cheng. We also have 3 speakers for the second part of session 1. The first speaker is Dr. Jingshan Hong from Central Weather Bureau of Taiwan. The second speaker is Dr. Nelly Florida Riama from Indonesia Agency of Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics. The third speaker is Dr. Daniela Jacob from Climate Service Center, Germany. Now, let's welcome the moderator, Mr. Cheng, to host the session.
Cheng from Central Weather Bureau. And in this session, we have 3 speakers, and each speakers have about 15 minutes for the presentation, maybe include 1 or 2 very short questions. And we'll save the most of the question to the discussion, the wrap-up session, start from 3:25 in the afternoon, Taiwan time. Okay, so let's welcome the first speaker from Central Weather Bureau R&D Center, the director of R&D Center, Dr. Hong, to give us the first speech.
Good afternoon. My name is Jingshan Hong from the Central Weather Bureau of Taiwan. Here, I would like to share the experience of what Central Weather Bureau has done to enhance the climate service among government agencies and the initial effort to promote the climate service to private sectors. It is well known that, as shown in the right-hand side, the weather is what is happening to the atmosphere at any given time. On the other hand, the climate is a measure of what to expect in any month, season, or years. As shown on the left-hand side, the yearly temperature projection based on the IPCC climate scenario. Therefore, learning from the past, predicting the statistics for the future, and delivering a perspective of the local extreme from the average climate is the essence to bridge the climate science to climate service. Taiwan was suffering from several weather threats. For example, the heavy rainfall from the tropical storm and the main frontal system, the cold surge, and even the drought. All the system may embedded in seasonal to decade climate variabilities. All these weather events and the climate variabilities produce considerable hazard in all aspects and cause the loss up to the $600 million per year. Follow the concept of the NOAA Seamless Forecast Services. CW implement the comprehensive observational network and connected to the global observation systems, and develop our own nowcasting, regional, global, and climate model systems. All these provide the weather and climate guidance for the impact-based decision support. Climate services ensure that the seamless forecast guidance is effectively communicated with, for example, agriculture, water resources, health, disaster, energy, and other sectors to develop and evaluate the adaptation strategies. However, the climate services required easy access, timely, and decision-relevant scientific information to help the society to limit the economic and social damage caused by climate-related disasters, and also take the advantage of opportunities to the future change. Again, effective climate services also require to establish the technical capacities to communicate and exchange information among producers, translators, and user communities. All above rely on the close partnerships relations among the government agency, research institute, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector enterprise to distribute the climate service. Central Weather Bureau has already built plenty of the climate services in many sectors, including the disaster risk reduction, green energy, agriculture, hydrology water resources, diseases, and human health. For example, Taiwan has the agricultural loss up to $160 million per year. CWB has close to work with agriculture sectors to enhance the agriculture observation capacity and also provide the requirement-driven forecast guidance to establish the agricultural disaster early warning systems for 41 crops at 92 locations. Central Weather Bureau also worked with agricultural sectors to provide the outreach to promote and translate the weather information to farmers. Although Taiwan has the yearly average of precipitation up to 2,000 to 3,000 millimeters, however, Taiwan usually suffered by the drought. For example, in this year, Taiwan has encountered the recorded drought. In the lower left panel, it is the water level of Tze-Luen Reservoir, which is the largest reservoir in Taiwan. The figure shows that the water level was almost linearly decreased since last October because of lack of the precipitation. However, the heavy rainfall event associated with the main front and the tropical depression in early June then quickly recovered the water level within 2 to 3 weeks and relieved the drought efficiently. In the lower right panel, the famous Summer Lake then recovered its beauty landscape within a week. During the period, Central Weather Bureau closely cooperated with Taiwan water resource agencies to provide the extended range forecast, including the monthly and the seasonal outlooks, and to help them to make the optimal decision to the water resource management. The energy issue is most important to the net zero emission world. CWB closely cooperated with the Bureau of Energy to provide the climatology of the wind power near Taiwan area. They retrieved the solar radiation from the Himawari-8 satellite the surface radiation and cloud observations, and also provided wind power and radiation prediction. CW also established the Green Energy Service platform and translated the meteorological information to provide the help on the assessment of the green energy, site planning and preparation, and the prediction of the solar and the wind power energy. It is in particular critical for the power dispatch operation and the offshore wind power maintenance. Of course, the climate services for the disaster risk reduction is of most important. Central Weather Bureau provides all kinds of the observations, including the radar, satellite, and so on, and also provided the model forecast from nowcasting to the seasonal seamless guidance to all the agencies in Taiwan and to support their operation of the hazard prevention and mitigation actions. Especially, the health and the disease is highly related to the weather and the climate variation. Central Weather Bureau cooperated with the public health sector to provide the warning of the disease as the abrupt change of the weather situation. We also cooperated with the professors in university to predict the dengue-like illness in southern Taiwan. Last year, we participated in the presidential hackathon competition in developing the heat stroke warning system. We finally won the top 5 award and took the picture with President Tze-Luen. It is also important to exchange the experience of the climate services from the international cooperation. We have closely relations with many countries, for example, in Asia, including the Vietnam, Korea, APCC, Hong Kong, Thailand, and the Philippines. In United States, we also have close relations with UCA and NOAA. We also provide our typhoon track forecast to EMC and the Global Tropical Storm Outlook to the CPC of the NOAA. Based on the previous experience to promote the weather and the climate service, we found it is impossible to provide all the climate service by Central Weather Bureau only. Therefore, a series of policies will be proposed to promote the development of the weather industry and create demands for weather services. Activities include to enhance data services, improve forecast technology, and expand the cross-sector application of weather services. Also, we want to enhance the supply and demand mechanism and the partnership relations between the public and the private sectors. It is also required to revise the laws and the policies to create a favorable environment for weather industry development. In this year, in Taiwan, we have already established a Taiwan Climate Service Partnership, in short TCSP, as a bridge between the public and the private sector. And we try to our best to make more in-depth, wide-ranging, and efficient use of meteorological information in various fields, thereby creating more market opportunities and generating more economic value, increasing our capacity for risk management and adaptation in the face of the climate change. In summary, Central Weather Bureau does not only try to provide a seamless forecast, we also want to provide the seamless services. However, as mentioned, it is impossible to provide all kinds of the climate services by Central Weather Bureau only. We have to collaborate with all possible partners locally and globally to promote the development of the weather industry and create demands for the climate services. In addition, we want to apply the efficient climate service to support cross-sector risk management, climate adaptation, and economical applications, and then towards a net zero emission world. Thank you.
Is there any quick questions? If not, for now, then we can move to the second speaker, Dr. Nelly Florida Riyama from BKMG. Let's welcome Dr. Riyama.
Hi all, my name is Nelly Florida Riyama. Right now, I am the Director of Center for Research and Development of Indonesia Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics, or BMKG. It is a great honor for me to be here on the occasion of Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. The title of my presentation is From Research to Operation on the Development of Climate Information Services in Indonesia. I would like to start my presentation with the research to operational concept, or R2O. So the development of climate information services in Indonesia has been conducted by Center for Research and Development of BMKG through the mechanism of research to operation. For us, R2O is the process by which a scientific project led by a researcher proven to provide added value is transition to the operational environment. We do believe that R2O is an efficient way to leverage research done by R&D Center of Indonesia Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics, BMKG, to improve our operational system. With R2O, it allows BMKG to remain competitive and at the edge of science in its product. From this slide, I will show you the implementation of R2O in BMKG through several applications that has been developed till now. The first one is the hybrid BMG or high BMG. We applied this system a long time ago, and with the system, the operational modeling, we can develop a statistical time series forecasting to help forecaster in producing seasonal prediction. This is a PC-based Windows application interface that is built under MATLAB software, and related to the term of hybrid, high BMG is a computation of non-conventional statistical models combining newly developed time series forecasting techniques based on neural networks, wavelet transform, autoregressive integrated moving average or ARIMA, and nonlinear dynamics. In this case, time series is specified for the rainfall time series data, and high BMG is used for long rain forecasting. The next application is the project that we call Coordinated Regional Climate Downscaling Experiment Southeast Asia or COREX-C project in running a dynamical model to produce a high-resolution future climate projection in Indonesia, which the output is being used by policymakers in making national mitigation and adaptation policies. This project is a collaborative project with many international agencies, as you can see here. So in Indonesia, we do hope that this information will be used by our stakeholder to identify the adaptation and mitigation strategy combat with the climate change. The other one that I want to show you that our collaboration in compiling of extreme hazard catalog. This is a World Meteorological Organization activities in collaboration with BMKG, Bureau of Meteorology Australia, and Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration or PAGASA Philippine. When linked with a disaster database, through this catalog, we can assist in the assessment of the impact of climate change on disaster and help build impact-based information and helping gap reduction with the insurance. We also develop applications that can be used in several sectors. Here, the example of the climate information for health sector. We have built early warning information of dengue for 3 months ahead. And for us, this is not only the implementation of research to operation within our agency, but this system has been implemented in Jakarta City by the local health office. There are a long discussion and research have been taken with researchers, not only from BMKG and health office, but also with academia, on this case with Bandung Institute of Technology, before the system can be operational in the city. We plan to continue and try to implement this system to other cities in Indonesia. Another sector that have been implemented for the using of climate information is the forestry sector. In this sector, we built the seasonal forest fire early warning system, namely APCSW. APCSW in Indonesia is aplikasi peringatan dini kebakaran hutan dan tutupan lahan berbasis hotspot dan iklim untuk wilayah ASEAN. So this is the climate index for suitability of hotspot occurrence in Asian region. From this application, we can give the early warning service 6 months ahead. So this is very helpful, especially to prevent the forest fire that have been a big issue lately for us in the Southeast Asia. Next one is the climate information for renewable or solar energy sector. We worked on a project to support the renewable energy sector by analyzing solar radiation and also the cloud cover. We give information on the potential of solar radiation energy in Indonesia. We also develop the cloud cover climatology for the solar energy. We do hope this kind of information will assist our government to have a policy to use renewable energy. Another application that I want to
introduce to you that the application for landslide early warning system. It developed through Blueprint for Indonesia Landslide Early Warning System. This is a collaborative project with universities in Indonesia and also from Netherlands, and not only involve the researchers in BMKG, but also from Ministry of Public Works and Housing. From this application, we can give early warning on the landslide in our village. Other application that I want to show you, the project related to urban climate information by generating the comfort level index from climate parameters. A tool for urban climate information by generating a forecast of the comfort level index from climate parameters from our numerical weather prediction or Indonesia numerical weather prediction model, especially temperature and humidity. Our center also currently developing the air quality forecast system, particularly the PM10 by using the artificial intelligence system. This is the tool that for urban climate by showing a forecast of the PM10 concentration. So from the application that have been developed in BMKG, we can conclude with the statement about how the clear mechanism of research activities to be successfully implemented in operational phase will expedite the goal for the provision of better information of climate services. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ryama. Is there any short question for now? If not, then we move to the third speaker, Dr. Daniela Jacob. She is the director of Climate Service Center, Germany. Let's welcome Dr. Daniela Jacob.
Hello from Hamburg. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm very glad that I can contribute to this very interesting meeting. Let me share my screen first. I would like to say a few words about climate services and the challenges ahead of us. I hope you can see my full screen. The title of my presentation today is Time to Act, Regional Climate Change Information for Societal Transformation. And why am I saying this? We all know that we are living in a changing climate and that the change is rapid. The weather variability is changing rapidly. And we have also heard in the last 10 years in many public debates that extreme events have been changed. We know that there is much more challenge on disaster risk reduction, and we see the high ranking of this topic in the Global Risk Report 2019, for example. We heard from the special report on global warming of 1.5 degrees from the IPCC about the urgency. And here you see the amber diagrams for some of those systems, ecosystems, but also human systems which are threatened by climate change. And you see that each half degree of warming will make the situation worse. What else do we know? We have learned in the last 10, 20 years that we can use global climate modeling and regional climate modeling to understand the possible changes in climate in the future, depending on our human activities, but also depending, of course, on some natural activities like volcanoes. And we can simulate now if-then situations climate scenarios, pathways in the future, and we use all those data as a basis for giving guidance. So we have in the last decades learned that with large ensembles and very high resolution, we can give robust information about possible changes in the future from the global scale, which you can see here from the globe, to about a grid scale of 1 kilometer or 2 or 3 kilometers, so the urban scale. This is very important because we haven't had this information 5 or 10 years ago, and now we have some ideas about how global climate change is affecting local climate change. Codex in the World Climate Research Program offers a huge data set and options and possibilities exactly for this information. Codex has developed in different regions. Actually, I think we have 14 regions in total. We have developed jointly with the scientific community the information on regional climate simulations over the world. There are 4 Asian domains: Central Asia, East Asia, West Asia, and Southeast Asia, which might be of specific interest for you. The regional information for Asia, for example, developed in the Codex East Asia region, is presented here, and it has been presented in a workshop which happened a few weeks ago. Here you see the projected mean temperature increase over Southeast Asia as published by Tang et al. In 2018. And you clearly can see the uncertainty embedded in this, which we try to understand and which we try to cover by those large data sets. So we do simulations with business as usual, we say, so with a similar and increasing greenhouse gas load as we have today, and that is probably along those red lines here, and we call it RCP 8.5. We also use, and you have heard and discussed before, the mitigation scenarios, and I think the talks before me, they have already discovered the most interesting parts of this. And you can see, depending on which choice we pick, if we really do climate mitigation, if we really decrease the emissions of CO2 and methane and others in the upcoming years, we can limit the global warming and we can limit the effects and impacts on weather variability, and then of course on the consequences like flooding and droughts and heat waves and storms. So the data is there. We know now much better than 10, 15 years ago what climate change would mean regionally and, as I said, even locally. Now we come to the question, how can we use this data to support decisions? And you might have seen this before, based on our monitoring and modeling activities, monitoring of the past and modeling of the future. With intelligent data exploration and integration, we can create knowledge, data knowledge. And this knowledge can be integrated with the local data knowledge, the non-climatic knowledge, the knowledge which we have from the local experts, from you and your colleagues living in the regions of interest. So the knowledge creation, it is a knowledge co-creation. It is, of course, partly driven by the climate change, but it also is driven by other societal changes which we are all facing. And we would like, in a loop, as indicated here, step those stairway up here to the support decisions in the dialogue in a most efficient way, gather the requirements which we need to support those decisions, go back to the scientific process, fill the scientific knowledge gaps, and have this loop in a very inclusive, democratic, and societal way. One example how we work in GERIX is that we co-produce our climate service products directly with the user. So this loop, which I've shown you just before, is what we live in our product development. We work with climate scientists and bring in the climate data, the climate change information, and the regional tailored information together with the users for which we are asked to help them to adapt to climate change. So in this spiral, which you can see here, we have the user requirements at a center. and as well as the evaluation process in order to understand the progress and the process of transdisciplinarity. The prototype development is a joint co-design, co-development between experts from the non-climatic regions and non-climatic sectors with climate experts. And in this loop, it takes some time. In this loop, we foster our dialogues, and then we finally design and develop and use the climate service products jointly. An example for this are our fact sheets, a kind of a fact sheet series, which we developed jointly. It started with our German Development Bank, KfW. We worked on global climate signal maps. So how are the heat days changing? How is the precipitation changing? On the basis of the climate and weather data simulation and observed what I have shown you before. Then we worked with the KfW on the country scale. So the global scale, the national scale. And then in Germany, since you know we are a federal state, we have the federal states. So we worked to the federal states. So we increase the resolution and shrink the area in which we are interested. And then we finally entered the local scale. So we developed some site characteristic climate fact sheets, and they can only be done with the dialogue of the experts in the region. So what actually are the climatic features your business, your administration is depending on? Are you vulnerable to flooding, or are you vulnerable to heat, to storms? So specific on your context, we can design and focus on the information needed. And this was all mainly geared towards adaptation to climate change. But now we are not only facing the challenge of adapting to climate change, we are facing the challenge to adapt to a new lifestyle. And I will talk about this in a second. So you see those fact sheets can be used all over the world, and they can be seen as examples of co-design and knowledge sharing. They have a list of parameters included, like temperature, annual mean wind speed, heat waves, cold spells, depending on if you go to the local scale, on the user's needs. And we always put a signal strength with it, a confidence level, a bit similar to the IPCC confidence assessment, which is in the back here. How confident are we about those changes? In order to do this, it's important to understand how you engage with users. So on the one hand, it looks like in the fact sheets like a big number crunching exercise. Yes, that's true. But there's, of course, the context in which this number crunching is needed. So first of all, it's important to understand what is your role in your engagement with the users. Is it an information which you as a scientist would like to pass to someone else? That's maybe paper publishing. If you write a scientific paper, you would like to tell your colleagues that you have new findings. So it is on the left side here, the information you want to send, and you ask the stakeholders, users, please listen to us, hear us. Then there is a second stage, which is the consultation stage. That's more, for example, on a survey level, where we ask you, the users, tell us what you need, tell us what you think, tell us what you want. The next level of the intensity of participation, which is in this arrow here, is a dialogue. Speak with us. Let us discuss what are actually the climate parameters your business is vulnerable to. Is it really the wind, or is it rather the dry spells, or is it the length of the rainy season? And then when we exactly have defined what for climate services is needed, then you can go into a partnership and we can work together. So work with us. Tell us your conception, your models about how you see the chain of reasoning, how decisions are made, and how climate is influencing your life. So I think when we now come to the need for transformation towards a global world which has limited the global warming to not more than 1.5 degree or 2 degrees compared to pre-industrial times, I think it is even more important to look at these dialogues and look at the role of the regional climate information, which can jointly be developed and turned into climate action. So GERIX has collaborated with cities worldwide, and one specific example in Asia is the Chuang-Chang city in Taiwan. We, as GERIX, collaborated with a climate modeling team from NCDR TCCIP in Taiwan to exchange regional information, climate data from Codex Core. As I said at the beginning, WCIP provides a big data set. Furthermore, we collaborated on the co-design methods to co-develop climate services with stakeholders. And here the users were empowered with climate knowledge for decision-making. And that's what you see here in this co-design process with science-based climate information. So you see here on the right side, the available climate information could be climate fact sheets, could be other databases. And then you see the role of the societal stakeholders. It goes from information, consultation, cooperation, collaboration to empowerment. And we meet on the same level. So in many countries, climate data and information are already made available for use. For instance, the Copernicus Climate Service is doing this. Similarly, in the city of Kaohsiung, the climate information data platform is already made publicly available by TCCIP in Taiwan. However, not all the practitioners at the local level have the knowledge to process the information which has been made available. Therefore, it requires a mutual learning phase, and that's what I want to point to with this figure here. The mutual learning process to provide the capacity building and the co-production of knowledge to move users up the ladder of stakeholder engagement to the empowerment, so that they are empowered users which have the knowledge to use the climate information in their dedicated decision-making context. And that is a very challenging and very responsible task for those decision makers. So in the meantime, the climate scientists start the dialogue to interview users. Oh, sorry, I switched too fast. To understand the user's needs in terms of formats, delivery channels, scientific methods, and so on. And you know this, all behind the scenario pathways and interpretation of data and trajectories, which will help climate scientists deliver the user-ready climate information for decision-making. And I remind you to this snake cycle in which we do our co-production of prototype development at GERIX. So as you can see here in the figure, the mutual learning process to reach the decision-making outcome requires both parties to meet halfway by coming out of their own silos. And that is what we try to to show to you with this partnership. So let us step the steps, go up the steps jointly and meet at a dedicated level so that we then finally can reach the empowerment needed for changes. And what are those changes? So I do think we have ahead of us a societal transformation, the ground challenges. We have to limit global warming to not more than 1.5 degrees compared to pre-industrial levels. This is a must. And as you know, it can be done, but it needs the political and societal will and action. So climate services can now not only be used for adapting to climate change, but they can also be used for adapting to societal transformation. And we have some good examples, like, for example, the triple win for today and for the future if we connect the disaster risk reduction with climate change adaptation and national adaptation and mitigation plans. So climate services should be mainstreamed in our day-to-day life, and we should all we should all have the options and availabilities to use climate services. For this, we have to understand a bit more what we learned from climate services, what we learned about the feasibility studies from enabling conditions. What do we need to transfer the idea of climate services to transformational services, and how we can better use our climate knowledge expressed in climate services to support the societal transformation. There are some large challenges for climate services for the future ahead of us. I think most important is to support sustainable pathways into the future towards climate resilient regions and cities. This is a big challenge. And in order to do this, we have to better quantify the role of climate change and human action in understanding our regional and local vulnerabilities. And as I said at the beginning of my little talk here, we now have data and means and methods and the dialogues which we need for this. Because we have to look at the system more from a systemic and integrative point of view. Integrating human decisions into modeling is a huge challenge. Human action modeling is not so easy. Decision-making modeling is not easy, but it is important to have this in a frame so that we can model these integration, and the system changes at the regional and local scale towards regional Earth systems in a way that they also include the human dimension, anthroposphere. That's what I'm talking about. We also need, of course, to develop solutions for data sparse and often very highly vulnerable regions of the world. What do we do in this? Have we enough knowledge and trust in our modeling and transferability studies to also give help and support decisions in data sparse regions? So climate services in support of implementing solutions and transformation of society. I think that is the challenge, and I'm really very much looking forward to your discussion and some new ideas and maybe some new joint activities. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. Is there any questions? If not, then we entering the wrap up and the discussion session. We will have about 35
May I have a question?
minutes.
Sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
Nattasomboon. Yes, you can
Thank
speak.
you. Actually, I have a question to Dr. Daniel Jacob. It's very interesting about the I think that's very important that the climate change projection to the social translation as in your presentation. Actually, in our institute, it also responsible for the for developing the climate change scenario for Vietnam. So it seems that this climate change scenario is still on the top level. I mean, it's kind of concern of the government, but it's hard to make it is in the decision support for the community level or private sector. So I would like to get from your experience how to make it more relevant or to come down to the community level of the climate change scenario or climate change projection for mitigation or adaptation at the community level.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
question. Okay, good. So yes, yes, you're fully right. There are two things which are important for the private sector. One is that the data
the climate information is really fit for their needs. So it is often not so successful if we analyze the climate change scenarios and then go to the private sector and tell them the temperature is changing, the wind is changing, and the precipitation is changing. They know this already. But what they want to know and to understand is how is their business affected. And in order to understand how the business is affected, it is important to first get into a dialogue and ask them and discuss with them which weather parameter are affecting your business. Is it the sunshine? Is it the heat? Is it the storm? Is it flooding? So what is important for your business? And then they tell you probably it is the hour of the number of sunshine hours, or it is the moisture in winter. I don't know what they tell you. And then you go back to the climate scenarios and analyze the climate scenarios to find this indicator. And so that the information is of direct use in the private sector. That's the first thing. So we developed a framework with questions which we ask them before we analyze the climate data to find out and make sure that we directly use develop what they need. And then it's important to have some best practice cases with some businesses and ask them to promote the information in their community. So let's say if you work with one business, then in the energy sector, that they talk to their competitors and colleagues and spread the news. So that's the way how I think it is important to enlarge the use of climate change data in the private sector.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions?
I have a question, if I may ask.
Yes, please.
Well, thank you very much for your nice presentation, Daniela. I really enjoyed it. I see that you have very much stressed on the user engagements and the user interface, and also you talked about transformation. Now, I just wanted to learn a little more how you define user, because there are so many different types of user, and the process of engagement with the users very much differs from one to the other. So I was a little bit curious on your definition of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, you're right. There is not one user, and that is why it is so important to get in dialogue with the people and with society, because the needs are so different. So let me say, there's of course a chain of information and a chain of users. So intermediate users or purveyors, and so there's one group of I would say climate analysts and impact analysts. So so one type of user is a user community which is taking the data and working with the data. Could be also hydrologists, could be consultancies, and then they learn how to work with climate change information and the bandwidth of uncertainty, and then they provide their products. And that is a different, we have a different work style of working with them. So we train them to work with the direct climate change data, so that we enable them to download the data from the big data archives, from the climate modeling centers or codecs, and then they can work with their own scripts, and so we do a kind of training. Then we have completely different users, which are, for example, mayor of a city, so the local administration, and there we
we usually start, as I mentioned before, with the private businesses. We start in a dialogue to understand what they have already done in order to adapt to climate change and where is their local expertise and knowledge. So there we often go in first dialogues, maybe with interviews, sometimes with individual interviews of, let's say, 10 responsible people for a city, and then find out where actually is the need for information, and do they need data or do they need guidance? Do they need networks to be connected to? So this can be very different. And the last point here, we spend a lot of time, and I have a few papers and PhD students working on how to most efficiently inject the information so that things are changing. So one of my PhD students just handed in a thesis on exactly trying to find out where in municipalities, at which level is the input of climate services most efficient and is changing really the style of work, the style of decision making. And that is different in cities. In the north, for example, it is very different in different cultural settings. That's why we like to work with local experts in collaboration on this. And of course, it's different if you look at small municipalities or small communities.
Okay, is there any other questions?
Yes, may I have a question? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask a question to Dr. Jacob for the climate science. We all know that the IPCC actually is provided the climate projection based on the greenhouse effect. And we also know that before 2050, it is a critical checkpoint that we have to reach the zero emissions. But what are concerns? What about from now to 2050? That is an area for the climate variabilities issue, not a climate change. Could you comment if there are some research activities in Europe for the study about the climate variability for decadal forecaster, and also what is the potential role for the climate service for the climate variability predictions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this really important question, a difficult question, which you're posing to me. Yes, I agree. The knowledge about the weather variability in the next 10 and 20 years is very important. So there are two ways to look into this. One is, of course, on the basis of observations. So when I talk to non-climatic stakeholders, when I talk to decision makers, I often refer to what has been observed in the last 10, 15 years. Because in many areas of the world, we see a rapid change in weather variability. We see a change in some extremes, not all extremes, but in some extremes. And you know that the special report on 1.5 degree global warming was for the first time showing that there is a statistically robust change in heat waves, droughts, and heavy precipitation in some areas of the world. So I can use these examples and speak in these with the stakeholders with these examples and say, okay, what we have seen in the past was in a time period where the globe warmed by ½ degree, for example, in the last 50 years. And it's very likely that the changes will continue. So, but it is more kind of an explanatory way to discuss. And I do this because I think the decadal prediction is not yet ready for climate services. But that's my personal impression. I'm much more confident with seasonal and sub-seasonal prediction. I do think they have a strong potential, and they are used, as you know, and you presented also, I mean, very nicely. So you know that the seasonal and the seasonal scale is kind of assessed, and we know about the robustness of the seasonal forecasting. Can be false, but not all the time. But it has a good potential. The decadal is very difficult. Still, there is a lot of work in Europe ongoing. There was a big consortium led by the Max Planck Institute for Meteorology called MECLIP on the potential to assess the potential of decadal prediction. And the decadal prediction systems are now established. So many modeling, there are modeling activities running decadal predictions from a prescribed, observed current state of the ocean. And they do this with ensembles of simulations for the next 10 years and assess the lead time and assess the inter-annual variability. And I think this is also very important for research, and I'm glad that WCRP is also fostering research in this, and we have to follow this. But being honest, for building robust information and robust decisions on it, I unfortunately, I think it is still not mature enough. Might be different in different regions of the world. I mean, as you know, there are some regions which have a better decadal signal, which is more robust. Europe is a mess. There's no clear signal, and but there are, of course, in the tropics, there are some regions where you might start to build some climate services on it.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions?
I have another question to Dr. Liyama. Yeah, in your presentation, we saw that you provide many of the climate information, for example, to the PM10 and urban, forester, and then even the dengue. I just want, would you please further explain if this work was done by BMKG or collaborator with other sector or other agency?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Yeah, for this, most of the services or application that we have been developed, we always collaborate with other agency because talking about stakeholder, we really need a collaboration. For example, for the dengue application, we work closely with the researcher from the university and also with the local health office in the city of Jakarta at this time, and we have also expand our collaboration with other cities, and of course we need to collaborate with the local office, especially from the health office, because they have all the data, and for us we what we have is the climate data, and we need to have the data from the health office to know about the outbreak of the dengue cases in the city. That's the example. So thank you for your question. So the key keyword here that we need to collaborate with others. Otherwise, we cannot do it alone. Thank you.
Okay, there's one more question from Dr. Lin.
Yes. Hi, Nelly, Dr. Riyama. This is Henai Lin from CIER Taiwan. I would like to ask one of your slides talking about the climate information for the renewable energy sector. It's also a very hot topic in Taiwan right now because our government also have the goal to net zero emission in 2050. So I want to know that in this slide, if my imagination is right, you work with the energy sector or the authority for energy to predict the production for solar from solar energy. So it's your responsibility to predict the solar power potential, or you work together with the energy authority, and you work together for this output.
Thank you for the question. Yes, for this application, we work closely with the Ministry of Mineral in Indonesia who deal with the renewable energy, because as we are on the tropical region, so we have many solar radiations in our country, but we need to know where is the potential location to do the research on this and to give the governments the information on the solar energy. So the Ministry of Energy and Mineral can define the right location for this kind of energy that they can use for any purpose, several purposes, like for example, for the electrical company here in Indonesia, and also for others company. And we also work closely with the private company on this information, so they can use this basic information that we have uploaded through our website as the like a pre-feasibility study before they will continue with the feasibility study, whether they can use this solar energy as the input of energy for their production. I hope I already answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Danila, you have question? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question to all of you. So I do think there are two points very important in climate services, and I'm interested how you are doing this. One is the evaluation of success. How do we know that the climate service which we provided really led to a success? So how do we, and what are you doing? Are you doing a survey? So how do you handle this? And because I do think we need to pay attention to the quality of the climate service products. And there are many climate services providers now globally, and there is no education needed. So in theory, in principle, everyone could develop a climate service. because there is no, I mean, you do not have to have studying meteorology or oceanography. So there is no requirement for building a business as a climate service company or climate service consultancy. So the quality of the climate services is really important because there are so many decisions built on, and maybe it's about health and death and money. And the second question, so it's evaluation and the guarantee of the quality. And the second is related to this. How do we build an education for climate services? So I know that you talked about the weather industry and building the weather industry. And I think it would be good that, and at least to my knowledge, in Europe, there are not so many university curricula directly going towards climate services. They build on climate, on physics, on many disciplines, and then there might be a master course if there is a master on climate service. So we are currently trying to establish one. There are summer schools, I know, but how can we jointly work together and develop a career for young interested people who would like to work in this area of climate change, climate transformation to a resilient, prosper life, and how can we promote this field a little bit?
Okay, this is a very good question. So who would like to answer first?
Okay, suppose I should be lady first, but this is my turn. Okay. Thank you for this question. This is also very challenging for me. In Central Weather Bureau, we start to learn how to do a good climate service. In my point of view, our start point is to provide the service to the government agency. So if we do a good job, we will decrease the complaint from the other government agency. And if we make them more happy, then we know we have a small success. But this is not quantitatively evaluation. But this is our first step. And then we can learn how to do climate service in a right way. I think this is the first step. And CWB also coordinated with, how to say, the sponsor of this meeting, CIER. Sorry. Yes, they are major in economic or social impact. So we collaborated for almost 10 years, and they helped CWB to do a lot of survey to understand our outreach to the general public. I think this is also a challenging issue to learn. I mean, CWB learn from them that what we have done and what we can learn from the past and collect our future services. I think that is another part. Related to the education, in Taiwan University, many institutes, they also aware that we have to do the education from, for example, primary school, even to the university. In particular, in the university, we have some of the department that they can provide the specific training for the cross-sector cooperation issues. So we understand that we can take the advantage from the university education and to develop the climate service in the future with a new idea, because we are too old. Okay. So I think that is what I understand. And CWB also try to provide the meaning of the education to the general public over to other government agency. And as I mentioned in my presentation, we create the climate service CS partnership, CSP, TCSP, yes, sorry. We try to use such kind of the new organization that to help CWB to bridge the government and the private sector. I think that one of the important is the training or education, but it is just the beginning. We are aware that this is critical and important, but I have to say we're just in the beginning to do that. Okay, that is all my understand. Maybe Mark Chen or others can provide us more insight about the Taiwan's current status. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Riyama, do you
Yeah.
like to...
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Every year, actually, for the like an indicator of our how the public acceptance of our climate services, we conduct a survey, and because we need to report that to our Ministry of Planning, and we have like a current state, current value, and what is our target, and we need to reach the target, of course. And the second one, we have conducted what we call a climate fit school for farmers and also for fishermen, because we know that our information full of technical language. So we do realize that farmer or fishermen cannot understand our information clearly. So we need to translate the information to the simple language or even to the local language, so they know how they deal with the information. And it is like not it is like a trainer of trainers activity. So one farmer can teach other farmers, or if he or she is the leader of the farmer groups, so he or she will like our ambassador to translate the information. And for many cases we do work closely in one period of time plantation, like for paddies for 3 months. We work every 10 days we meet with them, and we provide with the measurement at the field, and even till the harvest time, so we know how they use the information, and how the easy from the information that they can apply that, and how the increase of productivity or the decrease, and what is behind the why they get the increasing or decreasing of the productivity. So they applied the information of climate to their fleet in. And I think we have reached thousands of farmers right now, and we want to copy this kind of activities to other sectors, like for industry also. and yeah, and even we work with the Ministry of Education. How we can also put these activities in the school from the elementary to high school. That's the experience from Indonesia.
个问题。
Okay. Dr. Hong, you like to add something?
Okay, may I have one more question to Dr. Jacob?
Oh.
Yeah, two questions. The first one, yes.
Okay.
How to evaluate the success of the climate service? Second question, how to conduct the advanced climate service education?
Yeah, I know. I think it is something where we need another workshop to discuss a little bit what we want to do. I think it is really needed, the evaluation, and in in Europe, there is an activity starting on standardization and harmonization and certification of climate services and climate service products. Of course, different if it's a data product or if it is a guidance, so very different for different products. So I do think we need, and I'm glad that that has started a discussion worldwide about how to evaluate the climate service from a, let's say, quality point of view, and then of course from the impact. Has it an impact? Did it work? Did it make a change, the climate service? That is more complicated, and I know that there are a few groups working on the impact assessment of the climate service. So I also think that would be a next topic, very interesting topic for a discussion. Education, I'm pretty sure we have to do this, and as I said before, I'm currently working on a master course so I think it is important that we have a solid disciplinary education in combined with the systemic knowledge which we need, and maybe with some training in already existing weather bureaus, because they are very close to climate services. So weather service and climate service are different, but in some parts they are very close. So I think that would be also something where we should try to build a new education branch.
Okay. I think this is a very popular session. A lot of questions. And then we have one more question coming in from online, Professor Dr. Gao. So Dr. Gao, can you speak?
Thank you. I have sent some questions to Dr. Jacob and Hong. Actually, they have already answered through chat. We are working on a Belmont international project together with partner from Zhongran University in Taiwan, Professor Wang Yuchen. So part of the work is to find out the relationship between ENSO and extreme weather events in Asia Pacific regions, including Taiwan. We have collected historical weather data and try to analyze the relationship between ENSO and precipitation and heat and temperature. But so far, we have not preliminary analysis has not shown a clear relationship. But I got the answer from Dr. Hong. There is indeed a relationship. The ENSO affect precipitation and the typhoon in Taiwan. If you have like a paper, so I would like to learn more, or maybe you can also send to Professor Wang. Maybe you know Professor Wang Yusen at Zhongran University. Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Basically, I need to do a wrap up, but we already exceed the time. But I think the discussion is very valuable. So I would like to just repeat the questions. All the questions are very important and very quick to not try to reproduce the answer, but just trying to inform or trying to bring up the attentions of that these areas have been discussed. And actually 3 of the presentations, they all have been addressed to some of the issues. So let me just go through the questions. The first one is how to engage users. The user engagement is very, very important, and we can do it through a step of processes. We ask questions, understand impact factors, and try to quantify the vulnerabilities and discuss possible solutions for the users and to show the benefits. That's the first one. And the second question is how to define users, because the weather information is actually very core information almost to all the activities. So there are so many different sectors, and how we define the sectors. And we all know that for different, in any countries, there are so many different activities. Some of the sectors is more matured or more have more applications to use the weather or climate information. So the important thing is to dialogue with each sectors, find the needs. And the third one is the question by Dr. Hong. Actually, I have a similar question. I will mention it later. And his question is about the climate variability and the climate change. And the user need, there's a lot of user need. And as well as actually, when WMO to initiate the GFCS actually defined 4 levels of say capability or maturity of the national hydrometeorological services can do. So the decadal forecast is in the level 3. There are 4 levels. So but already 10 years passed. I totally agree with Dr. Jacob. This is a very, very difficult area. Right now, even the months to seasonal forecast is still a lot of uncertainties. Not mention we need to do the annually forecast or interannual forecast. And this is also very difficult that related to another question that a lot of I should say users or community actually they cannot have clear concept on what is weather, what is climate variability, and the climate change. those are different phenomenon with different time and space scales, and with different predictability or uncertainties, and the different kind of application or different kind of actions to take. So when we deal with all the users in your country, then many users, they cannot understand this. So there's a very important process is communication. And actually, the last few questions already talk about it. For example, Dr. Jacob mentioned that how to build up the education for climate services. So I'll go back that later. And the fourth one is collaborate with different users, agencies, and the universities. Actually, this is a little bit similar to the question one in different perspective. So I will go to the questions that raised by the Dr. Jacob. What kind of activities leads to the success of quality climate services? And I also totally agree with you that we need to have another workshop to discuss this. Maybe that will be the third, the main theme of the third APCSW. But we need to prepare something for that. Maybe we need to develop some kind of a quality index or some kind of impact index. Dr. Hong answered some of the process that CWB went through to trying to identify the areas that we can do most efficiently. For example, for each of the sectors, for example, if in agriculture or energy or transportation or health, basically we do it in 3 steps. The first step is trying to survey the sectors, the total economical value for the sectors. Then we try to identify the contribution of meteorological information, either weather information or climate information or climate change information. Then we carefully evaluate what kind of area, because each of the area, each of the sectors, there are a lot of applications. For example, in agriculture, we have farmers, we have fishery, we have many different forest applications. So we need to carefully evaluate which one is the one that we will try to establish an example for that. Then we will actually go into to do the topic with the design the product and talk to the user to develop the product specifically for that sectors or for that application. Then for the third step, we'll evaluate if they does not have this kind of services, the difference between have this kind of services or does not have this kind of services. So went through a very complex process. Actually, it is costly process. Maybe we can share something, or everybody can help to think of something. And to build up the education for climate services, Dr. Ho already mentioned that we do have some kind of business sector or industrial education cooperation. So our universities will provide some of the training courses to the university students, trying to link what they learned from the university to the real world application. So they can, when they graduate from the universities, then they can directly go into the market. And that's actually the in Taiwan we call the Ministry of Education. And then our Ministry of Education also do another thing. It's for the junior high and the universities. They develop courses for climate change, impact, basic knowledge, and awareness. So there are a series of courses on the network that and also training the teachers. They can teach this kind of climate change. What is climate change? And for Central Weather Bureau, because our responsibility is to educate actually general public. So we will do it by a lot of public science or general science talk or interesting group forums to distribute the information to the users. And also there's one thing very important. We find it is very valuable. We go to primary school to give a lot of I should not say training, but it's a kind of games to the primary school students. And actually, every parent, they are very careful for their children. So if we give some of the exercise to their children, then the parent will come together. So actually, it's very, very effective. For each year, we'll conduct about 50 to go to 50 primary school to give this kind of information. So for the general public awareness training. That's how we do it. And that's about all the questions. And but I'd like to mention three things. I think we already passed our time, so we will not. I think we will not discuss this, but I would like to mention this. This is also very important thing. The first one is I have mentioned uncertainty communication. It is very important for the user. They don't understand the uncertainty concept. And some of the users, they always refer to, you don't have the ability, so you are talking nonsense. And this is really need a lot of time to communicate with users for them to understand what science can do and to what kind of level. This is a really important issue. And the other one I have mentioned that the basic concept to distinguish what is weather, what is climate variability, and what is climate change in different time and space scale, and different actions need to be taken or can be taken for different things. And the third one is that this area is not mentioned today, the whole day. But I think it's a new area, it's important area, actually it's rising. It's the financial area, the TCFD. Right now, there's a lot of requirement for the TCFD. For the business or for the enterprise, they are facing climate risks. And the TCFD, especially for the larger industry, larger companies, they need to do the TCFD in order to disclose their financial risks so that they can have a stable operation to the future. That's the sustainable concept. And right now, because of the net zero, net zero requirement coming from all sectors that the government cannot ignore, and as well as all the business sectors. So the supply chain issue is very important. So how we as a service provider can actually support them for them to do the proper finance report. I think it is also very important, and that is for the business or enterprise sectors they need to do, and for the finance sectors itself, they need to do investment or to do the insurance business or a lot of cash flow management. They also need this kind of information. So I think this is an area that we need to address, not sometime in the future. We need to think about it and address now. So that's the few areas that I think in this today's discussion, it is very important to notice that this kind of climate of the society. I totally agree with Dr. Jacob that it's for the transformation of the society, how we can use climate service information to transform the society into a resilient community or resilient business that can actually sustain the impact of the climate change. It is very important. We all need to think how we can do that. Okay, so with that, I conclude today's session. Thank you. Then of course, we can have more discussion, not in this meeting, but we can have emails and a lot of different discussions. Thank you. Thank you all.
We would like to thank 3 distinguished speakers for enlightening presentations. Now it is time for group photo. May I ask the moderator, speakers, and all the participants to turn on your camera so that we can have a group photo together. Three, two, one, cheese. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's workshop. I'm sure everyone has learned a lot from today's presentations, and we are grateful for your attendance. We still have a whole day workshop tomorrow, and the session will start at 9 a.m. Taipei time. You can find the YouTube link for tomorrow's workshop in the description box below this YouTube video. You can also find the link on our APCSW website. So please do join us again tomorrow. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you and have a good day. Bye-bye.
As Climb App project coordinator, I'm going to present a smartphone app, Climb App, that can